The Autopsy Files, What Dead Bodies Tell Us. True Stories from the Morgue by Tomas Hatvanecheko. Copyright and disclaimer page. All cases presented in this book are real. Names, locations, and identifying details have been changed to protect the privacy of victims and their families, except where public records or court documents already make them matters of public knowledge. Some scenes have been reconstructed based on autopsy reports, investigative files, and interviews. The forensic principles and scientific explanations are accurate to the best of current medical knowledge. Opening hook. The call came at 3:47 a.m. I've learned that death doesn't keep office hours. It arrives in the middle of dinner, during a child's birthday party, in the quiet moments when you've just allowed yourself to think everything is finally fine. And when it does, someone calls me. On this particular morning, I was already awake. Insomnia is a professional hazard in my line of work. You learn to function on 4 hours of sleep, to drink coffee that's gone cold hours ago, to answer the phone with a voice that sounds awake even when every cell in your body is screaming for rest. There's been a death, the officer said. Suspicious circumstances. The body is unusual. Unusual? In my profession, that word has a very specific meaning. It means I'm about to see something I've never seen before. It means the textbooks won't help me. It means I'll have to rely on experience, instinct, and the silent testimony of the dead themselves. I dressed in the dark, kissed my sleeping wife on the forehead, and drove to the scene. What this book is, I have performed over 3,000 autopsies in my career. 3,000 bodies, 3,000 stories. Some were straightforward heart attacks, strokes, the predictable failures of aging bodies. Others were anything but. In the pages that follow, I will take you inside the morgue, the crime scene, and the courtroom. I will show you what actually happens when a body is opened on a stainless steel table, the organs weighed and examined, the tissues sampled, the secrets extracted. I will show you the tools we use, the mistakes we make, and the moments of unexpected grace that make this work bearable. And I will share the cases that haunt me, not the ones you've seen on television, not the slickly produced documentaries with dramatic reenactments and ominous music. Real cases, strange cases, heartbreaking cases. The young man who died vomiting blood, and the plastic fork we found inside him. The woman who confessed to dismembering her ex-husband and burning his head 3 times. The 85-year-old corpse who sat up in her open casket and gave her friend a fatal heart attack. The man whose body wasn't discovered for 5 years. These stories are true. Nothing has been invented. Reality, in my experience, is stranger than any fiction the human imagination can conjure. Why we fear what the dead can tell us. There is a reason true crime dominates our bookshelves and streaming services. We are fascinated by death and terrified of it. The forensic pathologist occupies a unique space in this cultural obsession. We are the ones who go where others cannot bear to look. We touch what others cannot bear to touch. We give voice to the silenced. But here is the truth that I have learned over 3 decades in this profession. The dead never lie. They may be difficult to read. They may require patience, expertise, and humility to interpret. But they do not deceive. The body is the most honest witness I have ever encountered. This is what I want to share with you. Not just the gruesome details, though there will be plenty of those. Not just the science, though I will explain every principle and procedure, but the humanity, the people behind the cases, the lives that were lived and the deaths that ended them. A note on the work. Forensic pathology is not what you see on television. There are no dramatic revelations in the final 10 minutes. There is no stylish laboratory with holographic displays. Instead, there is fluorescent lighting and the smell of formaldehyde. There are hours of tedious dissection, microscopic examination, and paperwork. And there is the weight of responsibility. Every decision I make has consequences. A misdiagnosis can send an innocent person to prison or let a killer walk free. A missed detail can mean a family never gets closure. An overconfident conclusion can pervert justice. That is why we approach every case with humility. As one of my mentors used to say, the body is the final word. Listen carefully, because it will only speak once. How this book is organized. I have divided this book into 5 parts. Part 1 takes you inside the morgue, the procedures, the tools, the science that underpins everything we do. Part 2 explores bizarre and unusual deaths, the cases that defy explanation, the ones that make even experienced pathologists shake their heads. Part 3 examines the relationship between the living and the dead, premature burial, lonely deaths, and the haunting reality of bodies that go undiscovered. Part 4 delves into forensic science, poisoning, ballistics, DNA, fire investigation, and the cold cases that were finally solved. Part 5 asks the larger questions. What death teaches us about life, the psychological toll of this profession, and the limits of what the dead can still reveal. I have included a glossary of forensic terms for readers who want to deepen their understanding, as well as a sample autopsy report and recommendations for further reading. The most important thing. Before we begin, I want to say this. The dead in these pages were once living people. They had names, they had families, they had hopes and dreams and ordinary struggles. They were not just cases or bodies. They were human beings. I have never forgotten this. Neither should you. If you are reading this book for entertainment, you will find it. But I hope you will also find something more, a deeper appreciation for the fragility of life, the complexity of the human body, and the dedicated professionals who work in the shadows to bring the truth to light. Now, let us begin. Part 1. Inside the Morgue, Chapter 1, The First Cut. The call came at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. I was already awake, staring at the ceiling. I reached for the receiver on the second ring. Yes, it's Detective Morrison. The voice was gruff, clipped. I had worked with Morrison before. He was a good cop, methodical, patient, and not prone to exaggeration. When he called, it was worth paying attention. We've got a body. West Side, near the old warehouse district. I think you should come. Tell me what you have. Male, early 30s. Found in an alley behind a closed-down auto shop. No obvious cause of death, no blood, no visible wounds. But there's something about it that doesn't feel right. I sat up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. What doesn't feel right? A pause on the other end. Morrison was choosing his words carefully. He's posed, hands folded across his chest, like someone arranged him after he died. That was enough. A body that had been moved after death, or arranged, was a body that someone had cared about, or a body that someone wanted to send a message with. I'll be there in 20 minutes, I said. The scene. The alley was cordoned off with yellow police tape, strung between rusted dumpsters and crumbling brick walls. The smell was exactly what you would expect from the back of a failed auto shop. Oil, gasoline, and the metallic tang of old metal, all mixed with the dampness of overnight rain. The body lay on its back, hands folded neatly across the chest. The man's eyes were closed, and his expression was almost peaceful. That was the first thing I noticed. In most sudden, unexpected deaths, the face shows signs of distress, fear, pain, surprise. This man looked like he had been placed on a mortuary table before his muscles had fully stiffened. I knelt beside him, careful not to disturb the scene. My breath rose in the cold air as I studied him. He was young, maybe 32 or 33, well-built, athletic. His clothes were clean, dark jeans, a white t-shirt, a lightweight jacket. No holes, no tears. His shoes were expensive leather boots, polished. This was not a homeless man, not a drifter. This was someone with a life, a job, people who would miss him. Who found him? I asked. A homeless guy, Morrison said. He was digging through the dumpster for cans, saw the body and called it in. He's pretty shook up. Claims he didn't touch anything. Was the body warm or cold? Cold. The homeless guy said he tried to check for a pulse, but the skin was cold. Rigor mortis was already setting in. I touched the man's hand. It was stiff, cold. Rigor was in the early stages. The small muscles of the hand had begun to stiffen. I estimated the time of death at 4 to 6 hours prior, assuming the ambient temperature had been consistent. "Let me see his eyes," I said. Morrison helped me gently pry one eyelid open. The cornea was clear, not clouded. That matched my estimate. The pupil was dilated, but that could mean anything. Drugs, natural reaction, or something else entirely. I looked at the man's neck. No bruises, no ligature marks. His hands were clean, no defensive wounds. His nails were well maintained, no dirt or material under them. This man had not fought his killer. "That's odd," I said. "What is?" "There are no defensive wounds, no signs of struggle. Whatever happened to him, he didn't resist. Either he knew his killer or he was incapacitated before the attack. The first assumption. My initial thought was overdose. A young man with no visible injuries, found in an alley, posed like he was sleeping. It had the hallmarks of an overdose, a victim who had injected or ingested drugs and then been moved by a companion who didn't want to be associated with the death. But the scene didn't quite fit. The man's clothes were clean, his shoes polished. An overdose victim doesn't usually die in an alley in their Sunday best. And there were no needles, no paraphernalia, no evidence of drug use. "Did you find any personal effects?" I asked. "Wallet? Phone?" Morrison shook his head. "Nothing. His pockets were empty. No ID, no keys, no wallet. Whoever left him here took everything." That told me something. The killer had been deliberate, had taken the time to empty the pockets, to pose the body, to leave no obvious evidence. This was not a spontaneous crime, it was planned. "Let's get him to the morgue," I said. "I need to see what's inside." The journey to the morgue. The body was transported in the coroner's van, a white vehicle that looked like a standard delivery truck. Inside it was cold, sterile, and quiet. The man lay on the stretcher, covered with a white sheet. I rode in the back with him. It is a strange thing to be alone with the dead in the dark. The body is no longer a person, not really. The soul, if you believe in such things, has departed. What remains is a vessel, but it is a vessel that holds secrets, and my job is to unlock them. I wondered who this man was. A son, a brother, a father. He had been someone's everything. And now he was in the back of a van, heading to a slab of stainless steel, where I would take him apart piece by piece to find out what had happened. There is no God in the morgue, I thought, but there is truth, preparing the body. The morgue was quiet when we arrived. That is how I like it. The fluorescent lights hum softly overhead, casting a pale, clinical glow over everything. The stainless steel tables are empty, freshly cleaned from the day before. The instruments are arranged in their trays, scalpels, saws, forceps, shears, each with its specific purpose. I changed into my scrubs. I pulled on my apron. I put on the thick rubber gloves that would become my second skin for the next several hours. The body was brought in on the stretcher. I directed the assistant to place it on the examination table, and then I began. Step 1. The external examination. Before I make a single incision, I examine the body. Everything, head to toe. The man was approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall. We weighed him at 180 pounds. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and a well-groomed beard. There were no tattoos, no scars, no distinguishing marks, other than a small mole on his left shoulder. I took photographs, hundreds of photographs, every angle, every detail. These would be used in court, in the case file for the family if they requested them. I examined his hands again. The nails were clean. No fibers, no skin, no material that suggested he had scratched at his killer. I examined his feet. The boots were high quality, expensive. The soles showed minimal wear. He was not a man who walked much. I examined his mouth. There was no frothing, no blood, no evidence of poison. His teeth were in good condition. No fillings, no rot. He had taken care of himself, but I found something on the back of his head, a small, almost invisible lump, a hematoma, a bruise. It was about the size of a quarter, and it was hidden by his thick hair. I had not noticed it at the scene, but here, under the bright lights, with the body fully exposed, I saw it. I used a scalpel to carefully shave the area. The bruise became more visible, dark purple with a slightly raised center. It was fresh, probably from the time of death, but it was small. Too small to have killed him outright. A blow to the head that size would cause a concussion, maybe even bleeding in the brain, but it would take time. It would not be instantaneous. I noted the bruise. I photographed it. I made a mental note to examine the brain carefully during the internal examination. Step 2. The X-ray. Before the internal examination, the body goes to the X-ray department. This is standard procedure in cases of suspicious death. X-rays can reveal things that are invisible to the naked eye. Fractures, bullets, swallowed objects, even dental work that can be used for identification. The assistant took full-body X-rays. I waited in the viewing room. The films came back. I held them up to the light. The man's skeleton was intact. No fractures, no breaks, no evidence of old injuries. His skull was intact. His ribs were intact. His arms and legs were intact. But there was something else, something strange, something that made me draw a sharp breath. There was a foreign object in his chest. It was small, about the size of a bean, and it was lodged in his right lung, just below the collarbone. It was too small to be a bullet, too irregular to be a piece of metal, and it was surrounded by a shadow of inflammation, suggesting it had been there for some time. An old wound, a foreign object that had been in his body for years. This man had been shot or stabbed, or had some other injury that had left a piece of something inside him, and he had never told anyone. Or maybe he had told someone, and that someone had made sure he would never tell again. Step 3. The internal examination. The internal examination begins with the Y-shaped incision. I make the first cut from the left shoulder to the sternum, then the second cut from the right shoulder to the sternum, then the third cut down the midline of the chest to the pubic bone. The skin and muscle reflect back, exposing the chest cavity. The ribs are visible beneath the layer of fat. I use a bone saw, the striker, an oscillating saw that cuts bone but not soft tissue, to cut through the ribs on both sides. The sternum is lifted away, exposing the heart and lungs. I examine them in situ, in place. Are they positioned correctly? Are there signs of trauma? Is there fluid in the chest cavity? The lungs are intact. They are pink and healthy, with no signs of disease. The heart is normal-sized, with no visible defects. But there is something else, a small, hardened mass at the top of the right lung. It is the size of a marble, and it is dark brown, almost black. I remove the organs as a single block. The pluck. I place them on the examination table and separate them one by one. The right lung is where the mass is. I use a scalpel to cut into it. The mass is hard, almost calcified. It resists the blade. This is a granuloma, an old infection that has been walled off by the body's immune system. It is common in people who have had tuberculosis or other lung infections. But this granuloma is different. It contains something. I dissect it carefully, using fine forceps and a small scalpel. It takes time, patience, and a steady hand. And then I find it. A small piece of metal. Irregular, rusted, about the size of a grain of rice. A bullet fragment. The bullet fragment, I held the fragment up to the light. It was tiny, almost insignificant, but it told me something essential. This man had been shot. Not recently, not in the last few months or even years. This was an old wound, one that had healed over time. The bullet fragment had been lodged in his lung, and the body had formed a scar tissue capsule around it. But the scar tissue had not been enough. Over the years, the fragment had shifted, causing inflammation, possibly infection. The inflammation had weakened the lung tissue, making it more susceptible to a catastrophic event. I sent the fragment to the lab for analysis. It would be tested for metal composition, for any trace evidence that might link it to a particular weapon. But I already knew what it meant. The cause of death was not the blow to the head, the small bruise that had been hidden in his hair. That was a distraction, a red herring. The cause of death was a pulmonary hemorrhage, a sudden massive bleeding of the lung. The weakened tissue, the inflammation, the foreign object, they had all come together to create a fatal event. The blow to the head was probably intended to hide the truth, or perhaps it was a separate attack meant to finish the job. But the man would have died anyway, possibly within hours, regardless of what his killer had done. The forensic implications. The bullet fragment was the key to the case. I called Detective Morrison with the news. "Your victim was shot years ago," I said. "The bullet fragment was still in his lung. It caused a fatal hemorrhage." Morrison was quiet for a moment. "So he was murdered by the same person who shot him years ago?" "That's one possibility," I said. "Or he was murdered by someone who didn't know about the fragment, and the timing was just a coincidence. Or he was murdered by someone who knew about the fragment and took advantage of his weakened condition." Morrison sighed. "Can you narrow it down?" "I can't," I said, "but I can tell you that the blow to the head was likely delivered after death, or just before. It was not fatal. The killer might have thought they were killing him when in fact he was already dying." Morrison exhaled. "So the head wound is a red herring?" "Probably. But you need to find out who shot him years ago. That person might be the key to the whole case." The identity of the victim. The victim's identity was eventually established through dental records and fingerprints. He was a man who had been reported missing 3 weeks earlier. A successful architect, no criminal record, no known enemies. But he had one dark secret. Years ago, when he was a young man, he had been a witness to a murder. He had testified against a gang member, and the gang member had been convicted and imprisoned. The gang member was on a life sentence, which meant he couldn't have killed the man personally. But he had associates, men who owed him favors, men who would do his bidding while he was behind bars. Morrison followed the trail. He found the man who had shot the victim years ago, a hitman who had been paid to eliminate the witness. The hitman had missed, leaving the fragment behind, and when the gang member found out the victim was still alive, he had authorized a second attempt. The head wound was a second attempt, a blow meant to kill the victim. But it was unnecessary. The first attempt had already done the work, slowly, over years. What I learned. The case taught me something that I have never forgotten. The body is not always the scene of the crime. Sometimes it is the scene of an older crime, a crime that has been waiting quietly for years to finally come to light. The man's death was not a murder in the traditional sense. It was the delayed consequence of an earlier crime. The bullet fragment was a time bomb that had finally exploded. But if I had not been thorough, if I had assumed the head wound was the cause of death, the murder might never have been solved. The killer might have gotten away with it. I learned to look deeper, to question everything, to assume nothing. The dead do not lie, but they do not always tell the truth right away. Sometimes you have to listen carefully, piece by piece, word by word, until the whole story emerges. The autopsy report. The final autopsy report was 42 pages long. It listed the cause of death as pulmonary hemorrhage due to chronic inflammatory response to retained foreign body. It listed the manner of death as homicide due to complications of an earlier gunshot wound. The report was used in court to convict the hitman who had been caught on video visiting the victim's apartment 3 weeks before the death. He had not known about the fragment. He had thought he was killing the victim with a blow to the head. The prosecution argued that the blow to the head was attempted murder, and that the victim's death was a direct consequence of the earlier gunshot wound. The hitman was convicted of first-degree murder, and the family had answers they had not expected and may not have wanted. The burden of knowledge. This is what I do. I see the body, I cut it open, I find the truth. Sometimes the truth is what the family wants to hear, that their loved one died of natural causes, without pain, without suffering. Sometimes the truth is what they do not want to hear, that their loved one was murdered, or that a mistake in the emergency room could have saved them. But I cannot choose the truth. I can only find it. And I must tell it, even when it hurts. Chapter 2. The Body's Clocks. The most common question: what time did they die? This is the question I'm asked most frequently. Families want to know the exact moment their loved one passed. Police want to establish a timeline. Lawyers want to use the information in court to prove or disprove an alibi. The answer is always the same. I can give you a range. I cannot give you an exact time. Death is a process, not an instant. The body does not stop all at once. Different organs fail at different times. The brain may cease to function, but the heart may continue beating for a few minutes. Cells continue to metabolize for hours after the body is declared dead. The forensic pathologist's job is to estimate the time of death based on 3 post-mortem changes: rigor mortis, livor mortis, and algor mortis. These are the body's clocks, imperfect but invaluable. Rigor mortis, the stiffness of death. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of muscles after death. It begins within 2 to 6 hours after death and peaks at around 12 hours. It gradually fades over the next 24 to 48 hours, in the same order it appeared. The process is caused by the depletion of ATP, adenosine triphosphate, the molecule that provides energy for muscle contraction. In a living body, ATP is constantly produced and consumed, allowing muscles to contract and relax. After death, ATP production stops, but ATP consumption continues until all the ATP is gone. At that point, the muscles lock into a contracted state. Rigor mortis appears first in the small muscles, the face, the hands, the jaw, and spreads to the larger muscles, the torso, the legs. It disappears in the same order. This is why we can determine not just whether rigor has set in, but where it has set in, giving us a more precise estimate. However, rigor mortis is not a reliable clock on its own. It can be accelerated by high temperatures, physical exertion before death, or fever. It can be delayed by cold temperatures or certain diseases, and it can be disrupted by movement. If a body is moved, rigor mortis can be broken and reset, like resetting a timer. Livor mortis, the color of death. Livor mortis is the settling of blood in the lowest parts of the body due to gravity. It appears as a purplish-red discoloration on the skin, resembling a deep bruise. It begins within 20 to 30 minutes after death and becomes fixed within 6 to 12 hours. Once fixed, the discoloration does not move if the body is repositioned. This is crucial information for investigators. Livor mortis can tell me several things. It tells me if the body has been moved after death, if the discoloration does not match the position in which the body was found. It tells me if the body was lying on a hard surface. The areas under pressure will be pale, not discolored. It can even suggest cause of death. Bright red livor mortis may indicate carbon monoxide poisoning, while dark brown livor mortis may indicate cyanide poisoning. Algor mortis, the cooling of death. Algor mortis is the cooling of the body after death. The body cools at a rate of approximately 1 to 1.5 degrees Celsius per hour, depending on environmental conditions. The body temperature drops until it reaches the ambient temperature of the surroundings. This is the most useful of the 3 post-mortem changes for estimating time of death. But it is also the most subject to error. A body found in a cold environment will cool faster. A body found in a warm environment will cool more slowly. Obesity, clothing, and even the presence of a fan can affect the cooling rate. I use a formula called the Henschke nomogram to calculate a time of death based on body temperature, ambient temperature, and other factors. It is a tool, not an oracle. The result is always a range. Other clocks. There are other indicators of time of death. Stomach contents can be useful. If a person ate a meal shortly before death, the stomach contents will still be recognizable. If they ate several hours before death, the stomach will be empty. The rate of gastric emptying is roughly 2 to 4 hours for a meal, but this can vary widely based on the type of food and individual factors. Decomposition progresses in a predictable sequence. Greenish discoloration of the abdomen, followed by bloating, skin slippage, and finally skeletonization. The rate is influenced by temperature, humidity, insect activity, and other factors. In some cases, decomposition can tell us whether the body has been dead for days, weeks, or months. Insect activity is the most accurate method for estimating time of death in cases where the body has been dead for days or weeks. Forensic entomologists can identify the species of insects on the body and their stage of development, providing a time frame that can be remarkably precise, sometimes within a few hours. A case of mistaken timing. The case of the freezing bedroom. It was mid-January, and the city was in the grip of a bitter cold snap. Temperatures had dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius, and the wind chill made it feel even colder. I was called to a death scene in an older apartment building on the south side. The body was that of an elderly woman, Mrs. Helen Kowalski, who lived alone. Her daughter, Barbara, had found her that morning and called the authorities. Barbara's story was straightforward. She had spoken to her mother on the phone 3 days earlier, and her mother had sounded fine. When she couldn't reach her mother the next day, she assumed her mother had gone out. She tried again the next day and the next, and finally drove over to check. When she walked into the apartment, she found the bedroom door closed and the window open. The room was freezing. Her mother was in bed, cold and unresponsive, in a state of advanced decomposition. Barbara was distraught. She sobbed as she told the story to the police. She blamed herself for not coming sooner. But I noticed something that didn't add up. The examination. When I arrived at the scene, I was struck by the temperature of the room. It was bitterly cold, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible and your fingers numb. The window was open about 6 inches, and a cold draft was blowing through. The body was in the bed. Mrs. Kowalski was covered by a thin blanket, and her eyes were closed. Her face was peaceful, too peaceful perhaps for someone who had been dead for 3 days. I examined the body at the scene. Her skin was cold to the touch, but not as cold as I would have expected. The room temperature was well below freezing, yet her body temperature was only slightly below the ambient temperature. I noted the body temperature. I noted the position of the body. I noted the open window, the thin blanket, the closed door. And I noticed something else, the liver mortis. The purplish discoloration had settled in her back, indicating she had been lying on her back for some time. That matched the position in which she was found, but the liver mortis was not fixed. When I pressed on the discoloration, it blanched. The blood moved. That meant the body had been dead for less than 6 hours. Barbara had said her mother had been dead for 3 days. The livor mortis told a different story. The discovery. I proceeded with the autopsy. The body was transported to the morgue, and I began my examination. The internal examination revealed a massive heart attack. Mrs. Kowalski had died of a sudden cardiac event. Her coronary arteries were severely blocked, and there was evidence of a recent infarction, a section of heart muscle that had died. The time of death was consistent with the livor mortis findings, approximately 4 to 6 hours before Barbara had called the authorities. But there was something else. The stomach contents were still partially undigested, which meant Mrs. Kowalski had eaten a meal shortly before she died. The meal was identifiable. She had eaten chicken soup and bread, a meal that would have taken about 2 to 3 hours to digest. Barbara had claimed her mother had been dead for 3 days, but the evidence told a different story. Her mother had died the previous night, and Barbara had waited until morning to call the authorities. The confrontation. I called Barbara into my office. I sat her down and told her what I had found. "Your mother died of a heart attack," I said. "But she did not die 3 days ago. She died last night between 10 and midnight, and she had eaten dinner shortly before she died." Barbara's face went pale. Her hands began to shake. I don't understand," she stammered. "You waited to call," I said. "Why?" She broke down. The tears came, and with them the confession. Barbara was in financial trouble. She had been living beyond her means for years, and her credit cards were maxed out. Her mother had been helping her financially, but Mrs. Kowalski's own savings were running low. Barbara had been afraid that if she called for help too soon, the authorities would take control of her mother's estate. She had not wanted to lose access to her mother's accounts, so she had waited. "I didn't want her to suffer," Barbara sobbed. "She was dead when I found her. I needed time. I needed to think." I listened. I did not judge. It was not my place to judge. I was a doctor, not a law enforcement officer, but I reported my findings to the police. Barbara was charged with fraud and with failing to report a death, a lesser offense. She was not charged with murder. Her mother had died of natural causes, but she was held accountable for her actions. What I learned, the case taught me something about the limits of forensic investigation. The body tells the truth, but it cannot tell us everything. It cannot tell us why people do what they do, or why they make the choices they make. Barbara had loved her mother, I am certain of that. But she had also been desperate, afraid, and trapped by her own poor decisions. She had made a terrible choice, and it had cost her her freedom and her relationship with her family. But the body had told the truth. The livor mortis, the stomach contents, the temperature of the room, all of it pointed to a time of death that contradicted Barbara's story. The body's clocks are imperfect, but they do not lie. They are objective, they are precise, and they are unforgiving. Another case, the body that wouldn't cool. A few years later, I was called to a scene where a man had died in his car in the middle of summer. The car had been parked in direct sunlight for hours, and the interior temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius. The body was hot to the touch, not warm, but hot. The skin was flushed, and the man's face was contorted in a grimace of pain. The police assumed the man had died of heat stroke, but I was not so sure. I took the body temperature at the scene. It was 38 degrees Celsius, nearly normal for a living person, but significantly higher than the ambient temperature. The body should have cooled to match the surrounding heat, but it had not. I performed the autopsy. The internal examination revealed something surprising. The man had died of a massive drug overdose. The drugs had caused his heart to stop, but they had also caused a massive release of adrenaline and other stress hormones. Those hormones had raised his body temperature to a level that was far above what it should have been. The body had not cooled because it had never had a chance to cool. The drugs had killed him, but they had also created a metabolic reaction that had kept his body temperature elevated for hours. The time of death was difficult to determine. The body's clocks had been thrown off by the drugs, the heat, and the environmental conditions. I was only able to give a range of approximately 6 to 10 hours, but the toxicology report confirmed the cause of death, a lethal combination of opioids and stimulants. The man had not died of heat stroke. He had died of an overdose, and the heat had only made it harder to determine when. The importance of context. These cases illustrate the importance of context in forensic pathology. The body's clocks are not standalone tools. They must be interpreted in the context of the environment, the victim's medical history, and the circumstances of the death. A body that cools too slowly might be a sign of fever or metabolic disturbance. A body that cools too quickly might be a sign of shock or blood loss. The forensic pathologist must be a detective, a scientist, and a storyteller all at once. We must piece together the evidence, weigh the possibilities, and arrive at a conclusion that is both accurate and defensible. Chapter 3: The Tools of the Trade. The sacred instruments. Every profession has its tools. A carpenter has his saw and hammer. A surgeon has her scalpel and forceps. A painter has his brushes and palette. For the forensic pathologist, the tools are both mundane and profound. They are the instruments of discovery, the keys that unlock the secrets of the dead. Some have changed little since the 19th century. Others are at the cutting edge of modern science. But all of them serve the same purpose, to help me listen to what the body is trying to say. The scalpel. The scalpel is the most important tool in the morgue. It is a simple blade on a handle, but it allows me to make precise incisions through skin, fat, and muscle. I use a number 20 blade for most incisions. It is large enough for the Y-shaped incision, but sharp enough for delicate work. The blade must be changed frequently. A dull blade tears tissue rather than cutting it cleanly, and torn tissue obscures the evidence. I change blades at least twice per autopsy, more often if I am working on a difficult case. The feel of a sharp scalpel is something I have learned to appreciate over the years. It glides through tissue with almost no resistance. It is a tool of precision, not of force. When I make an incision, I am not cutting. I am separating. I am following the natural lines of the body, revealing what lies beneath. The bone saw is used to open the skull and cut through the ribs. The most common is the striker saw, an oscillating saw that cuts bone but not soft tissue. It is remarkably safe to use. You can press it against your hand without injury. But it is loud. The high-pitched whine of the saw is one of the defining sounds of the morgue. It is a sound that I have heard thousands of times, and it still makes me pause. When I use the bone saw on the skull, I make a cut from behind one ear, across the top of the head, to behind the other ear. I then use a chisel and mallet to gently separate the skull cap from the underlying brain. It is a moment of transition. The skull cap is lifted away and the brain is revealed. A pale, convoluted mass nestled its protective membranes. It is the organ that made the person who they were, and now it is mine to examine. The shears. The shears are used to cut through cartilage, such as the cartilage connecting the ribs to the sternum. They resemble heavy-duty scissors and are surprisingly satisfying to use. The shears make a distinct sound, a crunching, scraping noise as they slice through the cartilage. It is not a pleasant sound, but it is a necessary one. Without the shears, I would have to use a saw, which would create bone dust and make it harder to examine the organs. I keep my shears sharp and well oiled. Dull shears are a frustration. They slip, they catch, they make the work harder than it needs to be. The forceps. Forceps are used to grasp and manipulate tissues. I use rat-toothed forceps for gripping skin and other tough tissues, and smooth forceps for handling delicate organs. The forceps are extensions of my fingers. They allow me to hold, lift, and manipulate tissues with a precision that my hands alone could not achieve. I have developed a fine touch over the years, a sensitivity to the texture and resistance of different tissues. I know when I am holding a healthy liver, a diseased liver, a fatty liver. I can feel the difference through the forceps. It is a skill that cannot be taught. It must be learned through thousands of hours of practice. The scales. Organ weights are an essential part of the autopsy. Every organ is weighed and the weights are recorded. An enlarged heart, a shrunken liver, a heavy spleen. These findings can point to specific diseases. The scales are sensitive and precise. They must be calibrated regularly. A scale that is off by even a few grams can lead to a misdiagnosis. I weigh each organ carefully, noting the weight in my report. The heart of an adult male typically weighs about 300 grams. A heart that weighs 400 grams is enlarged, a sign of hypertension or heart disease. A heart that weighs 200 grams is atrophied, a sign of wasting or malnutrition. The weights are not just numbers. They are clues. They are evidence. The mortuary table. The mortuary table is the stainless steel surface where the autopsy is performed. It has a raised edge to contain fluids and a drain to carry them away. The body is positioned on the table with the head slightly elevated to allow gravity to assist in the examination. The table is cleaned and sanitized between every case. It must be spotless, free of any contaminants that could compromise the examination. I have spent thousands of hours at the mortuary table. It is my workplace, my laboratory, my sanctuary. It is where I do my best work. The microscope. The microscope is perhaps the most important technological tool in forensic pathology. The histology lab processes tissue samples, stains them, and presents them for microscopic examination. I spend hours looking through the microscope, searching for diagnostic clues. A tissue sample is fixed in formaldehyde, embedded in paraffin wax, and sliced into sections so thin that they are almost transparent. The sections are placed on glass slides and stained with dyes that highlight different structures. Under the microscope, I can see the cells themselves. I can see the nuclei, the membranes, the tiny structures that make up the tissues. I can see the signs of disease, inflammation, infection, cancer, degeneration. The microscope is a window into the invisible world of the human body. It reveals what the naked eye cannot see. The chemical analyzer. The chemical analyzer is used in toxicology to detect drugs, poisons, and other chemicals in the body. It can identify trace amounts of substances that would have been undetectable just a few decades ago. The analyzer works by separating chemicals based on their molecular weight and charge. It is a complex, sophisticated instrument that requires specialized training to operate. I send blood, urine, bile, and other fluids to the toxicology lab for analysis. The results come back in the form of a report, a list of substances that were found in the body, along with their concentrations. The toxicology report can change everything. A death that appears to be a natural heart attack might turn out to be a drug overdose. A death that appears to be an accident might turn out to be a homicide. The CT scanner. In some morgues, CT scanning is now part of the autopsy. This is called virtopsy, a virtual autopsy that allows us to examine the body without cutting it open. It is useful for detecting fractures, internal bleeding, and certain diseases. The CT scanner produces detailed images of the body's internal structures. It can show us the brain, the heart, the lungs, the bones, all without making a single incision. I use CT scanning for cases where the body is too badly decomposed or burned for a conventional autopsy. I also use it for cases where the family has religious objections to an autopsy. But CT scanning is not a replacement for a conventional autopsy. It cannot show us the microscopic details that are essential for a complete diagnosis. It is a tool, not a substitute. A case that would have been missed. The case of the invisible poison. A young woman, let me call her Sarah, was found dead in her apartment. She was 28 years old, healthy and active. Her fiancé, a man named James, was devastated. Sarah had died in her sleep. James had found her in the morning, cold and unresponsive. He had called the ambulance, but it was too late. I performed the autopsy. The external examination was unremarkable. No signs of trauma, no signs of disease. Sarah had simply died. The internal examination was also unremarkable. Her heart was healthy. Her lungs were healthy. Her brain was healthy. There was no evidence of a heart attack, a stroke, or any other natural cause of death. But I noticed something strange. Her blood was dark, almost black. That could be a sign of a chemical reaction, a poisoning. I sent her blood to the toxicology lab. The results came back. Sarah had died of insulin poisoning. Insulin is a hormone that regulates blood sugar. In large doses, it can cause hypoglycemia, dangerously low blood sugar, leading to coma and death. It is notoriously difficult to detect because the body metabolizes it quickly. But the toxicologist had found the evidence. Sarah's blood sugar was dangerously low, and there were traces of insulin in her blood, traces that should not have been there. I called the police. The investigation turned up the truth. James was a nurse. He had access to insulin, and he had been having an affair for months. James had injected Sarah with a massive dose of insulin while she slept. She had died without waking, without struggle, without any sign of what had happened. He was charged with murder. Without toxicology, he might have gotten away with it. The case of the heavy heart. A middle-aged man, let me call him Mr. Thompson, was found dead in his garden. He had been pruning the roses when he collapsed. His wife called the ambulance, but he was dead by the time they arrived. The initial diagnosis was a heart attack. Mr. Thompson had a family history of heart disease. He was overweight, had high blood pressure, and was a smoker. Everything pointed to a cardiac event. But I performed the autopsy. When I weighed his heart, it was 550 grams, nearly twice the normal weight for a man his age. The heart was massively enlarged, a sign of long-term hypertension. Under the microscope, I could see the damage. The muscle fibers were stretched and scarred. The heart had been failing for years, and it had finally given out. The cause of death was a heart attack. But it was not a sudden event. It was the culmination of years of neglect. I called the wife. I told her what I had found. She was not surprised. Her husband had refused to see a doctor for years. He had ignored his symptoms. He had assumed he was invincible. I had given her the answer she needed. Her husband had not been murdered. He had not been the victim of a medical mistake. He had died because he had not taken care of himself. It was a sad answer, but it was the truth. The evolution of forensic technology. The tools of forensic pathology have evolved dramatically over the past century. In the early days of forensic pathology, the only tools were the scalpel, the saw, and the microscope. Pathologists relied on their eyes, their hands, and their experience. They could identify diseases, but they could not detect poisons or drugs. The 20th century brought new tools. Chemical analysis, X-rays, CT scans. These tools expanded the range of what forensic pathologists could do. The 21st century has brought even more advances. DNA analysis, gene expression profiling, infrared thermography. These tools are still being developed and refined, but the core of forensic pathology remains the same. The body is the evidence. The tools are the means of interpreting that evidence. Chapter 4. When the dead deceive, the body is not always what it seems. The dead do not lie. That is a fundamental truth of forensic pathology. The body cannot fabricate evidence, cannot change its story, cannot protect the guilty or condemn the innocent out of malice. But the dead can mislead. They mislead not through intent, the body has no intent, but through the limits of our perception, our assumptions, and our knowledge. The body presents us with a puzzle, and we must solve it. Sometimes the pieces fit together in ways we do not expect. Sometimes the picture we see at first is not the picture that emerges after closer examination. The forensic pathologist must never assume. We must question everything. We must look, think, and look again. And we must be humble enough to admit when we have been wrong. The first lesson, the man with the hole in his heart. This was one of the first cases that taught me to question my assumptions. The body was that of a man in his early 40s. Let me call him Michael. He was found dead in his apartment, a single wound in his chest, just over the heart. The police assumed he had been shot. The wound was small, round, and well-defined. It looked like a bullet hole. I examined the body at the scene. The wound was approximately half an inch in diameter, with clean, well-defined edges. It was located over the fourth intercostal space, the space between the fourth and fifth ribs, which is exactly where a bullet would enter if aimed at the heart. The police had found no weapon at the scene. They had found no shell casings, no spent bullets, no evidence of a struggle. The apartment was clean, orderly, and quiet. The victim was lying on his back on the floor, arms outstretched. His eyes were open, his face frozen in an expression of surprise. He had died quickly, probably within seconds. I performed the autopsy. The external examination confirmed what I had seen at the scene. A single wound, approximately half an inch in diameter, over the left chest. But when I opened the chest, I found something unexpected. The wound track was straight. It entered the chest, passed through the pericardium, the membrane surrounding the heart, and penetrated the heart muscle itself. The heart had been pierced, causing massive internal bleeding and almost instant death. But there was no bullet, and the wound track was too neat, too clean, too straight to be a bullet wound. A bullet tumbles as it passes through tissue, creating an irregular wound track. This track was perfectly straight, as if made by a sharp, pointed instrument. I examined the wound more closely. The edges were clean, not jagged. There was no powder burn, no stippling, no evidence of a close-range gunshot. The wound was the kind that would be made by a sharp, straight instrument. A knife, an ice pick, a screwdriver. The weapon, it turned out, was an ice pick. The man had been stabbed, not shot. And the killer was someone he knew. The killer was his brother, who had confessed to the murder after the autopsy revealed the truth. The brother had used an ice pick because it was quiet, because it would not alert the neighbors, because it would not leave a gunshot residue that could be traced. The police had assumed it was a gunshot. The wound had looked like a gunshot, but the autopsy had revealed the truth. I learned a valuable lesson that day. The body does not lie, but it can mislead, and if you are not careful, the body will mislead you. The second lesson, the drowning victim who wasn't drowned. A young man, let me call him Daniel, was pulled from a lake. He was 19 years old, a college student, and he had been out drinking with friends. According to his friends, he had gone for a swim and never came back. The friends were distraught. They had called the police, and the police had called the dive team. Daniel's body was recovered from the bottom of the lake, approximately 50 feet from the shore. The initial diagnosis was drowning. Daniel had water in his lungs. He had been drinking. He had made a foolish mistake. But when I examined his body, I found something unusual. A massive fracture at the base of his skull. The fracture was not consistent with a fall or an impact. It was not consistent with the kind of injury you would get from diving into shallow water. It was consistent with a blow from a blunt object, a heavy, hard object, like a baseball bat or a crowbar. I examined the skull more closely. The fracture was depressed, meaning the bone had been pushed inward. It was a significant injury, the kind that would cause unconsciousness or even death. Daniel had been struck on the head and thrown into the lake. He had drowned, yes, but only because someone had rendered him unconscious first. I called the police. The investigation turned up the truth. Daniel had been having an affair with his friend's girlfriend. The friend had found out, had become enraged, and had hit Daniel over the head with a heavy object before pushing him into the lake. The friend had thought he was committing the perfect crime. He had assumed that the drowning would be blamed on alcohol and poor judgment, but the autopsy had revealed the truth. The manner of death was homicide, not accident. The third lesson, the drunk man who was poisoned. A middle-aged man, let me call him Robert, was found dead in a park. He was known to be a heavy drinker, and a bottle of cheap whiskey was found next to him. His clothes were disheveled, his face was flushed, and there were signs that he had been vomiting. The police assumed he had died of alcohol poisoning. It was a sad but common story. A man with a drinking problem, drinking himself to death in a public park. I was called to examine the body. The external examination was consistent with alcohol poisoning. Flushed face, dilated blood vessels, evidence of vomiting. But when I performed the internal examination, I found no signs of alcohol poisoning. His liver was healthy, not cirrhotic, not fatty, not damaged by years of heavy drinking. His kidneys were healthy, his brain was healthy. What I did find was a small, almost invisible puncture wound on his neck. It was too small to be a bullet wound. It was too neat to be a stab wound. It was the kind of wound that would be made by a hypodermic needle. I examined the wound more closely. There was a small area of bruising around it, suggesting that the injection had been made shortly before death. And there was a tiny amount of fluid still in the tissue around the wound, fluid that should not have been there. I sent his blood to the toxicology lab. The results came back. Robert had died of a massive dose of a sedative, a drug that causes respiratory depression, leading to unconsciousness and death. But the toxicology report also showed something else. There was alcohol in his blood, but not enough to kill him. His blood alcohol level was elevated, but not fatal. Someone had injected Robert with a sedative and then poured alcohol down his throat to make it look like an accident. The killer had wanted it to look like alcohol poisoning, but the body had revealed the truth. I called the police. The investigation turned up the truth. Robert's wife had been planning to leave him for years. She had been having an affair, and she wanted Robert out of the way. She had access to sedatives through her work as a nurse. She was charged with murder. The fourth lesson, the body that moved. A woman, let me call her Patricia, was found dead in her home. She was 72 years old, a widow, and she lived alone. Her daughter had found her on the floor of the living room. The daughter was distraught. She had called her mother earlier that day, and her mother had sounded fine. When she couldn't reach her mother later that evening, she drove over to check. Patricia was lying on the floor, face down, with her arms stretched out in front of her. She was cold and unresponsive, and there was a pool of blood beneath her head. The police assumed she had fallen and hit her head. It was a common accident among elderly people, especially those who lived alone. But I examined the body and found something that didn't add up. The livor mortis, the purplish discoloration of the blood settling in the lowest parts of the body, was on her back. She was lying face down, but the livor mortis was on her back. That meant she had been lying on her back for several hours after death, and then someone had turned her over. I confronted the daughter. She broke down and confessed. She had found her mother dead on the couch, and she had moved the body to the floor to make it look like an accident. Her mother had died of natural causes, a heart attack probably, but the daughter had been afraid that the authorities would blame her because she had a history of arguments with her mother. The daughter had not killed her mother. She had simply panicked. But her panic had led her to move the body, and the movement had revealed the truth. The livor mortis did not lie. The body did not lie. But the daughter had tried to deceive us, and the body had exposed her. The fifth lesson: the ghost in the machine. In some cases, the body misleads because we are looking for the wrong thing. A man, let me call him Thomas, was found dead in his car. He was in his late 50s, a successful businessman, and he had been on his way home from work. His car had veered off the road and crashed into a tree. The initial diagnosis was a car accident. The crash had been violent, and Thomas had sustained multiple injuries. The police assumed he had died of the injuries. But when I performed the autopsy, I found something strange. The injuries were consistent with a car accident, but they were not the cause of death. Thomas had died before the crash. The cause of death was a massive heart attack. Thomas's coronary arteries were severely blocked, and there was evidence of a recent infarction, a section of heart muscle that had died. He had had a heart attack while driving, lost consciousness, and crashed. The crash had not killed him. The heart attack had killed him, and the crash had been a consequence, but the body had misled the police. They had assumed the crash was the cause of death, and they had not looked for the underlying condition. It was a lesson in not jumping to conclusions. The body had told the truth, but only to those who were willing to listen carefully. The science of deception. Why do the dead deceive? They do not deceive intentionally, as I have said. They mislead because we, the living, make assumptions. We assume that a wound that looks like a gunshot is a gunshot. We assume that a body found in water drowned. We assume that a body found with a bottle of whiskey died of alcohol poisoning. We assume that a body found on the floor died of a fall. But assumptions are dangerous. They are the enemy of truth. The forensic pathologist must never assume. We must be open to all possibilities, even the ones that seem unlikely. We must look for the evidence that does not fit the narrative, because that evidence is often the most important. A case of multiple deceptions. I encountered a case where the body misled me in multiple ways. A woman, let me call her Margaret, was found dead in her bed. She was in her 80s, frail, and had been ill for some time. Her husband, who was her primary caregiver, had found her in the morning. The husband was distraught. He had been caring for Margaret for years, and her death was a blow. He told the police that she had died peacefully in her sleep. I performed the autopsy. The external examination was consistent with natural causes. Margaret was elderly, frail, and had a history of heart disease. The initial diagnosis was a heart attack. But when I opened the chest, I found something strange. There was a small wound on the inside of her left arm, a wound that looked like it might have been made by a needle. I examined the wound more closely. It was recent, probably made within the last few hours, and there was a small bruise around it, suggesting that the injection had been made with some force. I sent her blood to the toxicology lab. The results came back. Margaret had died of a massive overdose of insulin. Insulin again. The same poison that had killed Sarah, the young woman whose fiancé had been a nurse. But Margaret was not a young woman. She was an elderly, frail woman with a history of heart disease. Her husband, who was her primary caregiver, had access to insulin. He was a retired pharmacist. I called the police. The investigation turned up the truth. The husband had been exhausted by years of caregiving. He had not been able to cope with Margaret's illness, and he had decided to euthanize her. He had given her a massive dose of insulin, and then he had called the police to report her death. He thought he had committed the perfect crime. He had assumed that the insulin would not be detected, that the death would be blamed on natural causes, that no one would question the death of an elderly woman with a history of heart disease. But he was wrong. The body had told the truth. The small wound on the arm, the low blood sugar, the traces of insulin in the blood, all of it pointed to a homicide. The moral of the story: the dead do not lie. They do not deceive. They do not protect the guilty or condemn the innocent. But they can mislead, not through intent, but through the limits of our perception and our assumptions. The forensic pathologist's job is to see past the assumptions, to look for the evidence that does not fit the narrative, to listen to what the body is really saying. It is not an easy job. It requires patience, humility, and a willingness to admit when you are wrong. But it is an essential job because the truth matters. The truth matters to the families who are grieving. The truth matters to the innocent who are accused. The truth matters to the guilty who must be held accountable. And the truth is always there, in the body waiting to be discovered. Part 2, Bizarre Deaths, Chapter 5, The Fork That Killed an Ordinary Object, An Extraordinary Death. The death was quick. It was also baffling. A young man, let me call him David, was in his mid-20s. He was healthy, athletic, with no known medical conditions. He had eaten dinner with his family, watched television, and then gone to his room. An hour later, he began vomiting blood. Not a little blood, a torrent of it, bright red and frothy. His family heard him screaming, rushed to his room, and found him collapsed on the floor, his face ashen, his body convulsing. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was dead. The family was devastated. They had no idea what had happened. David had been fine just an hour earlier. He had eaten dinner with them, laughed at a joke, talked about his plans for the weekend. He was young, healthy, full of life. How could he be dead? The paramedics noted that David had been clutching his throat when they found him. He had been gasping for air, his eyes wide with terror. They assumed he had choked on something, a piece of food perhaps, but they could find no obstruction in his airway. The initial examination at the emergency room suggested a ruptured esophagus, a rare but known condition where the esophagus tears open, causing massive internal bleeding. But the doctors were not sure. They had never seen a case like this. I was called to perform the autopsy, the discovery. I began the external examination. David was young, fit, and well-nourished. His skin was pale, almost white, a sign of massive blood loss. His eyes were open, his face frozen in an expression of terror and pain. There were no external injuries, no bruises, no cuts, no signs of trauma. His hands were clean, his nails intact. He had not fought anyone. I proceeded with the internal examination. The Y-shaped incision was made, the ribs were cut, the chest was opened. The lungs were intact. The heart was intact. There was no sign of a heart attack, no sign of a stroke, no sign of any natural cause of death. But there was blood in the chest cavity. A lot of blood. The blood had come from somewhere, and I needed to find out where. I examined the esophagus. It was intact, no tear, no rupture. I examined the stomach. It was filled with partially digested food, the dinner David had eaten an hour before. But then I saw it, a flash of yellow half hidden in the folds of the stomach lining. I reached in with my forceps and carefully extracted the object. It was a plastic fork. The fork, it was a bright yellow plastic fork, the kind you might get with a takeaway meal. It was approximately 6 inches long with 4 tines and a curved handle. It looked ordinary, harmless, almost comical. But the fork had killed David. I examined the fork more closely. The tines were sharp, and one of them was bent at an odd angle. The fork had been swallowed, accidentally, presumably, and had somehow made its way down the esophagus and into the stomach. But it had not stopped there. The fork's tines had perforated the stomach wall and continued through the diaphragm and into the chest cavity. One of the tines had pierced the aorta, the main artery that carries blood from the heart to the rest of the body. David had been hemorrhaging internally for maybe an hour before he died. By the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. How does this happen? The family was shocked. They could not believe that David had swallowed a fork. He had never shown signs of choking. He had never complained of discomfort. How could someone swallow a whole fork without noticing? The answer lies in the psychology of swallowing. We swallow thousands of times a day: food, drink, saliva. We do it automatically, without thought. And we swallow objects by accident more often than we realize. Most swallowed objects pass through the digestive system without incident. They travel down the esophagus, through the stomach, through the intestines, and out of the body in a matter of days. But occasionally an object gets stuck. In David's case, the fork had traveled far enough into the digestive tract that its sharp tines had done damage. The fork had not been swallowed whole. It had been swallowed in pieces, or it had broken off from a larger object. But the tines were sharp enough to perforate the stomach wall and the aorta. David had not felt anything until the bleeding began, and by then it was too late. The psychological dimension. I asked the family if David had any history of eating disorders or psychological issues. They hesitated, and then they told me the truth. David had been under a lot of stress recently. He had lost his job. His girlfriend had broken up with him, and he had been struggling with depression. He had started eating compulsively, sometimes swallowing food without chewing it properly. The family had not realized how serious it was. They had thought he was just going through a rough patch. They had not known that he was swallowing objects, forks, spoons, pens, as a way of coping with his stress. The fork was not an accident. It was a symptom of a deeper problem, a problem that had gone untreated and unrecognized until it was too late. Other cases of foreign objects. The fork case is not unique. I have seen a wide range of objects that have been swallowed, by accident or intentionally. A sewing needle. A woman who had been sewing swallowed a needle without realizing it. The needle lodged in her esophagus, causing an infection that eventually killed her. She died months after the original incident, and the connection was never made until the autopsy. A paperclip. A man with a history of mental illness swallowed a paperclip. The paperclip became lodged in his intestines, causing a blockage that led to sepsis. He died 3 weeks later. A coin. A child swallowed a coin. The coin became lodged in his trachea, blocking his airway. He was rushed to the emergency room, but it was too late. A toothpick. A woman swallowed a toothpick. The toothpick perforated her stomach and liver, causing massive internal bleeding. She died within hours. A razor blade. A prisoner swallowed a razor blade. The razor blade sliced through his intestines, causing peritonitis. He died in agony. The forensic implications. The fork case was unusual, but it taught me something important. Not every death is caused by a dramatic event. Sometimes the cause of death is mundane: a plastic fork, a needle, a toothpick. The forensic pathologist must be thorough, must examine every organ, must leave no stone unturned. If I had not opened David's stomach, I would not have found the fork. I would have assumed he had died of a ruptured esophagus or a heart attack. The family would never have known the truth. But the fork was there, and I found it, and the family had answers. Painful answers, but answers nonetheless. Chapter 6. How Not to Commit Suicide. The Paradox of Self-Destruction. Suicide is one of the most complex and tragic phenomena I encounter in my work. It is an act of profound despair, a final rejection of life itself. And yet, for all its darkness, suicide is often marked by a strange kind of incompetence. People who want to die often fail, sometimes spectacularly, sometimes repeatedly, before they finally succeed. I have seen suicides that were meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. I have seen suicides that were impulsive and chaotic, and I have seen suicides that were so bizarre, so absurd, that I almost laughed, until I remembered that a human being had died. In this chapter, I want to share some of the strangest suicide attempts I have encountered. They are not meant to be darkly humorous, though some of them are almost comical in their failure. They are meant to illustrate the complexity of the human mind, the desperation that drives people to try to end their own lives, and the strange ways in which that desperation manifests. The man who tried to drill into his own chest. Let me tell you about a man I'll call Vincent. Vincent was in his late 40s, a successful engineer with a wife and 2 children. By all outward appearances, he had everything: a good job, a loving family, a comfortable home. But Vincent was deeply depressed. He had been struggling with depression for years, and he had reached a point where he could no longer bear the weight of his own existence. One evening, after his wife and children had gone to bed, Vincent went into his garage. He took out an electric drill, fitted it with a long, narrow bit, and pressed it against his chest. He was trying to drill a hole through his sternum into his heart. The drill bit broke through the skin, the fat, the muscle, but it could not penetrate the sternum. The bone was too thick, too hard. The drill skittered across the surface, gouging a shallow trench in the bone, but failing to penetrate. Vincent tried again and again. He pressed harder, but the drill could not break through. He gave up. He put the drill down. He walked back into the house, cleaned the wound, and went to bed. The next morning, he told his wife what he had tried to do. She was horrified. She called an ambulance, and Vincent was taken to the hospital. I was called in to examine the wound. It was a shallow, jagged cut over the sternum, approximately 2 inches long. The wound was clean, with no signs of infection. The drill had not penetrated the bone. Vincent was admitted to a psychiatric ward. He was treated for depression and eventually released. But a few months later, I was called to examine his body. He had succeeded in his second attempt. The man who electrocuted himself twice. Let me tell you about a man I'll call Philip. Philip was in his early 30s, a mechanic by trade. He had been struggling with depression and substance abuse for years. One night, in a moment of despair, he decided to end his life. He went into his workshop, took an extension cord, and stripped the insulation from the wires. He plugged the cord into the wall, wrapped the bare wires around his hands, and turned on the power. The current surged through his body. It was agonizing, a searing, burning pain that seemed to fill every cell of his body. His muscles contracted, his heart raced, and he felt himself losing consciousness. But then the circuit breaker tripped. The power went out. Philip was alive. He was in agony. His hands were burned, his heart was racing, and he felt weak and dizzy. But he was alive. He crawled to the bathroom, threw up, and passed out. When he woke up the next morning, he was still alive, and he was still determined to die. He tried again. This time he used a different outlet, a different cord. He stripped the wires, wrapped them around his wrists, and turned on the power. The circuit breaker tripped again. Philip was alive, again. He gave up. He called an ambulance and was taken to the hospital. His hands were severely burned, and he had suffered some nerve damage, but he was alive. He was treated for depression and eventually released. I never saw Philly P. again. I don't know if he ever succeeded in his third attempt. The man who shot himself in the stomach 4 times. Let me tell you about a man I'll call Howard. Howard was in his 60s, a retired military officer. He had been diagnosed with terminal cancer and had been given 6 months to live. He decided that he would rather die on his own terms than wait for the disease to take him. He went into his bedroom, took out a revolver, and shot himself in the stomach. The bullet entered his abdomen, passed through his intestines, and exited through his lower back. It was a painful, messy wound, but it was not immediately fatal. Howard was in agony. He lay on the floor, bleeding, waiting to die. But death did not come. He managed to crawl to the phone and call an ambulance. He was taken to the hospital where he underwent emergency surgery. The doctors repaired the damage to his intestines, closed the wound, and saved his life. Howard was alive, and he was still determined to die. A few weeks later, he tried again. This time, he shot himself in the chest. The bullet missed his heart and lodged in his lung. He was rushed to the hospital and saved again. A month later, he tried a third time. He shot himself in the head, but the bullet ricocheted off his skull, causing a severe concussion, but not killing him. A month after that, he tried a fourth time. This time, he shot himself in the heart. The bullet pierced his aorta, and he bled to death within minutes. Howard had finally succeeded. It had taken 4 attempts. The man who hung himself. After 3 failed attempts, let me tell you about a man I'll call Leonard. Leonard was in his 50s, a retired teacher. He had been struggling with depression for years, and he had tried to kill himself 3 times before. The first time, he had tried to overdose on sleeping pills. He had taken a handful of pills and gone to bed, expecting to never wake up. But he had not taken enough. He woke up the next morning groggy and disoriented, but alive. The second time, he had tried to cut his wrists. He had used a razor blade and had cut deeply, but he had lost consciousness before he could bleed out. His wife had found him and called an ambulance. He was saved. The third time, he had tried to jump off a bridge. He had climbed over the railing and was about to jump when a passerby grabbed him and pulled him back. Leonard was alive, but he was not grateful. He was frustrated, angry, and more depressed than ever. A few weeks later, he tried a fourth time. This time, he used a rope. He tied one end to a beam in the attic, tied the other end around his neck, and stepped off a chair. This time, he succeeded. The rope broke his neck, and he died within seconds. The psychology of failed suicide. Why do people fail at suicide? The answer is complex. Some people fail because they do not understand the biology of the human body. They do not realize that the body is resilient, that it can survive injuries that would seem fatal. Some people fail because they are ambivalent. They want to die, but they also want to live. Their attempts are half-hearted, designed to fail. Some people fail because they are impulsive. They act on a sudden urge without planning or preparation. And some people fail because they are simply unlucky. The gun jams, the rope breaks, the pills are not strong enough. But whatever the reason, the failure often deepens the despair. The person who fails at suicide feels like a failure at everything, including dying. The forensic implications. When I examine a body that has died of suicide, I am looking for evidence of intent. Was the person trying to die? Or was the death accidental? The evidence is often clear. Multiple attempts, notes left behind, careful planning. All of these suggest a deliberate act. But sometimes the evidence is ambiguous. A person might have died of a drug overdose that was accidental, or it might have been intentional. A person might have died of a gunshot wound that was self-inflicted, or it might have been a homicide. The forensic pathologist must be careful. We must not jump to conclusions. We must examine the evidence, weigh the possibilities, and arrive at a conclusion that is both accurate and defensible. The case of the accidental hanging. Let me tell you about a case that was not a suicide, but could easily have been mistaken for one. A young man, let me call him Marcus, was found dead in his bedroom. He was hanging from a rope that was tied to the ceiling fan. His feet were dangling a few inches above the floor. The police assumed it was a suicide. Marcus had been struggling with depression, and he had been drinking heavily the night before. But when I examined his body, I found something that didn't fit. His hands were free. No ligature marks, no bruises. His neck showed the classic signs of hanging. A deep groove around the throat, bruising, fractures. But there was something else. The room was a mess. Clothes were scattered everywhere, a chair was overturned, and there were signs of a struggle. I asked the police to investigate further. They interviewed Marcus's roommate, who had been home at the time. The roommate confessed. He and Marcus had been drinking and had engaged in a dangerous sexual practice that involved strangulation. The rope had tightened too much, and Marcus had died before the roommate could save him. It was not a suicide, it was an accident, a tragic accident that could have been prevented. The case of the suicide that was murder. Let me tell you about another case where the initial diagnosis was suicide, but the truth was darker. A woman, let me call her Patricia, was found dead in her bathtub. Her wrists were cut and there was blood in the water. The police assumed it was a suicide, but when I examined her body, I found something that didn't fit. Her wrists had been cut in a way that suggested someone else had done it. The wounds were too clean, too precise. A suicide attempt usually involves hesitation marks, shallow cuts that test the skin before the final deep cut. Patricia's wounds had no hesitation marks. I examined the body more closely. There were bruises on her arms and legs, suggesting a struggle. There was a small amount of blood under her fingernails, the kind of blood that comes from scratching someone. I called the police. The investigation turned up the truth. Patricia's husband had killed her. He had cut her wrists in the bathtub and then called the police to report her suicide. He was charged with murder. The importance of the autopsy. These cases illustrate the importance of the autopsy. A suicide is not always a suicide. It might be an accident. It might be a homicide. And the only way to know for sure is to examine the body carefully, to look for the signs that tell the true story. The body does not lie. It cannot lie. It tells the truth, if we are willing to listen. Chapter 7. The Man Who Shot Himself. 14 times the impossible death. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon. I was in the middle of a routine autopsy when the phone rang. Dr. Harrison. The voice on the other end was Detective Martinez, a veteran investigator I had worked with many times. I've got something you need to see. It's unusual. Unusual how? I'm at a house in the suburbs. Male victim, late 40s, multiple gunshot wounds. At least a dozen. And I'm looking at a suicide note. I paused. A suicide note with a dozen gunshot wounds? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't add up. Can you come? I finished the autopsy I was working on, cleaned up, and drove to the scene. The house was a modest 2-story in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where nothing bad ever happened. The police tape fluttered in the breeze, and a small crowd of neighbors had gathered on the sidewalk, whispering and pointing. Detective Martinez met me at the door. He looked tired, the way he always looked when a case was bothering him. "He's in the bedroom," he said. "I've never seen anything like it." The scene. The bedroom was a wreck. The bed was unmade, the dresser drawers were open, and clothes were scattered across the floor. The victim was lying on the floor, face up, his arms outstretched. He was wearing a blood-soaked t-shirt and sweatpants. I knelt beside him and began my examination. The victim was a man in his late 40s, overweight, with thinning hair and a receding hairline. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. His face was frozen in an expression I couldn't quite read. Surprise? Resignation? Pain? I counted the wounds. There were 14 of them. They were scattered across his chest, abdomen, and arms. Some were close together, others were spread apart. Some were deep, some were superficial. All of them were entry wounds, no exit wounds. The bullets were still inside him, and there was something else. The wounds were all in the front of the body. There were no wounds on his back, his sides, or his head. The shooting had been frontal. "Suicide note?" I asked. Martinez handed me a piece of paper. It was a handwritten letter addressed to the victim's wife. It apologized for the mess, asked for forgiveness, and said goodbye. The handwriting was shaky but legible, the handwriting of someone who was under stress, perhaps. But 14 gunshot wounds. That didn't fit. The initial assumption, the police had assumed it was a suicide. The note was there. The gun was there. A .38 caliber revolver lying on the floor beside the victim's right hand. The victim had been depressed, according to his wife. He had lost his job, had been drinking heavily, had been talking about suicide for weeks. But 14 gunshot wounds, that was impossible. I had never seen anyone shoot themselves 14 times. As I have said before, no one shoots themselves 14 times in a suicide attempt. The pain alone would stop them. I asked the police to investigate further. Were there any witnesses? Had anyone heard the gunshots? Had anyone seen anyone else in the house? The answers were all negative. The wife had been at work. The neighbors had heard nothing, at least nothing they could remember. There was no sign of forced entry. The house was locked from the inside. It looked like a suicide, but it felt like a homicide. The autopsy. I transported the body to the morgue and began the autopsy. The external examination confirmed what I had seen at the scene. 14 gunshot wounds, all in the front of the body. The wounds were in various stages of healing. Some were fresh, some were older. That was the first clue. I examined the wounds more closely. The fresh wounds were consistent with a close-range shooting. There was stippling, or gunpowder tattooing, around the edges. The older wounds had healed, leaving scars. That meant the victim had been shot before. Not all of the wounds were from the same incident. I examined the gun. It was a .38 caliber revolver with 6 chambers. The gun could fire 6 rounds before needing to be reloaded. But there were 14 wounds. That meant the gun had been reloaded at least once. A suicide victim does not reload. A suicide victim shoots once, maybe twice, and then dies. They do not reload the gun and shoot themselves again. I examined the victim's hands. There was no gunshot residue on his palms or fingers. If he had fired the gun, there would be residue, especially from a revolver. But his hands were clean. That was the second clue. I examined the wounds in detail. The track of each bullet was different. Some wounds were shallow, others deep. Some bullets had traveled straight through the body. Others had lodged in bones or organs. I removed the bullets. There were 14 of them, all .38 caliber, all matching the gun found at the scene. But there was something else. The wounds were not all the same. Some were consistent with a suicide, a shot to the chest delivered at close range. Others were consistent with a homicide, a shot to the abdomen delivered from a distance. And some were consistent with a struggle. The victim had raised his arms to defend himself, and the bullets had struck his forearms. The reconstruction. I reconstructed the sequence of events based on the evidence. The victim had been shot multiple times over a period of time. The older wounds, the ones that had healed, were not part of the fatal incident. They were from earlier incidents, perhaps from a previous attack or an accident. The fatal incident involved multiple shots delivered over a short period of time. The gun had been fired at close range, but the victim had not been the one pulling the trigger. The killer had fired the first shot, hitting the victim in the chest. The victim had collapsed, but he had not died. The killer had fired again, hitting him in the abdomen. The victim had raised his arms to defend himself, and the killer had fired again, hitting his forearms. The killer had reloaded the gun and fired again. And again, and again, until the victim was dead. The investigation. I shared my findings with Detective Martinez. The case was no longer a suicide. It was a homicide. The investigation turned up the truth. The victim had been involved with a criminal organization, a gambling ring that operated out of a local bar. He had fallen into debt and had been unable to pay. The organization had sent a collector to remind him of his obligations. The collector had brought a gun. He had fired the first shot to intimidate the victim, but the victim had not been intimidated. He had fought back. The collector had fired again, and again, and again. The victim had died of multiple gunshot wounds. The collector had then staged the scene, placing the gun in the victim's hand, writing the suicide note, locking the house from the inside to make it look like a suicide. But the collector had made a mistake. He had not realized that 14 gunshot wounds would be impossible in a suicide. The forensic lessons. This case taught me several important lessons. First, no one shoots themselves 14 times. Suicide is a desperate act, but it is also a practical one. The victim wants to die quickly without suffering. 14 gunshot wounds are not quick, they are not practical, they are a sign of rage, not despair. Second, the body tells the truth. The wounds, the gunshot residue, the position of the body, all of it told a story that contradicted the suicide note. I had to listen to the body, not the note. Third, the scene is not always the truth. The killer had staged the scene to look like a suicide, but the staging was clumsy, incomplete, and ultimately unconvincing. Fourth, gunshot residue is essential. If the victim had fired the gun, there would be residue on his hands. There was none. That was a decisive clue. Chapter 8. Cannibalism and Dismemberment. The Darkness Within. There are cases that test the limits of what a human being can bear. Cases that make you question the nature of humanity itself. Cases that leave you staring at the ceiling at 3 a.m., wondering what kind of person could do such things. The cases in this chapter are those cases. They involve the most intimate violation of the human body, not just killing but butchering, not just death but dismemberment, not just violence but a kind of madness that defies explanation. I have seen the worst that people can do to one another. I have held the dismembered remains of murder victims in my hands. I have examined the evidence of cannibalism, of ritualistic mutilation, of acts so grotesque that they seem like they belong in a horror movie. But they are real. They happened, and I was there to bear witness. The woman who burned her ex-husband's head. 3 times, let me tell you, about a woman I'll call Eliana. Elena was in her early 50s, a small, quiet woman who worked as a school secretary. She had been married to a man named Victor for 20 years. They had 2 children together, both grown and living on their own. The marriage had been troubled. Victor was a controlling, abusive man who had made Elena's life a misery. He had cheated on her, belittled her, and on more than one occasion, hit her. Elena had finally left him, divorced him, and moved into a small apartment on the other side of town. But Victor would not let her go. He stalked her. He called her at all hours. He threatened her, her children, her new boyfriend. He was a constant presence in her life, a reminder of the years she had suffered. One night, Victor came to Elena's apartment. He was drunk, belligerent, and demanding to see her. Elena refused to let him in. He broke down the door. What happened next is a matter of court records. Elena grabbed an axe, the kind of small axe used for chopping firewood, and swung it at Victor. She hit him in the head. He collapsed, bleeding, unconscious, and then dead. Elena stood over his body, breathing heavily. She had killed him. She had finally ended the years of abuse. But she was not done. She dragged Victor's body into the bathroom and began to dismember him. She used the axe, a knife, and a saw. She cut off his arms, his legs, his head. She removed his organs and put them in plastic bags. Then she froze the body parts. She put them in her freezer where they remained for several days. When she was ready, she began to dispose of the evidence. She took the body parts out of the freezer and burned them in her fireplace. She burned them piece by piece, bone by bone, until there was nothing left but ash. But the head would not burn. It was too large, too thick. She put it in the fire, waited, and then took it out. She put it in the fire again, waited, and took it out. She put it in the fire a 3rd time. The head would not burn completely. The bones were still there, charred but recognizable. Elena gave up. She put the charred skull in a trash bag and threw it in a dumpster behind a supermarket. She assumed it would never be found, but it was found. A homeless man digging through the dumpster for cans discovered the skull. He called the police. The investigation led to Elena. She confessed to everything: the killing, the dismemberment, the burning, the disposal. She was arrested and charged with murder. The autopsy, I was called to examine the remains. There wasn't much left: a charred skull, some fragments of bone, and a few pieces of tissue that had survived the fire. But I was able to identify the remains as Victor. The dental records matched. The skull fragments matched the X-rays taken years earlier. It was him. I also found something else: evidence of the dismemberment. The cuts on the bones were clean, precise, made with a sharp instrument. The axe, the knife, the saw. The bones had been cut through, not broken, and there was evidence of the burning. The bones were charred, calcined, the organic matter burned away. The fire had been hot enough to consume flesh and fat, but not hot enough to destroy bone. I testified at Eleanor's trial. I explained the science of dismemberment, the evidence of burning, the identification of the remains. Elena was convicted of murder. The jury was sympathetic. They understood her years of abuse. But the law was clear. She had killed Victor, and she had tried to dispose of the evidence. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison. The psychology of dismemberment. Why do people dismember bodies? The answer is complex. Some people dismember bodies to dispose of evidence, to make it harder to identify the victim, to hide the body, to avoid detection. This was Elena's motivation. She wanted Victor to disappear, to leave no trace, to finally be gone from her life. Some people dismember bodies out of rage, a desire to punish the victim even after death. The dismemberment is an act of humiliation, a final degradation of the person who caused them pain. Some people dismember bodies for ritualistic reasons, a belief that the dismemberment has spiritual significance, that it releases the spirit or prevents the victim from haunting them. And some people dismember bodies because they are mentally ill. Their minds are so disordered that they cannot distinguish between a human being and an object. I have seen all of these motivations in my cases. The case of the cannibal. Let me tell you about a case that is even darker. A man, let me call him Derek, was arrested for the murder of his boyfriend. Derek had killed his boyfriend, dismembered his body, and then eaten part of it. The police discovered the remains when they searched Derek's apartment. There were body parts in the refrigerator, in the freezer, in plastic bags under the bed. And there were pots and pans on the stove, pots that had been used to cook human flesh. Derek confessed to the killing. He said he had killed his boyfriend in a rage. The boyfriend had been planning to leave him. Then he had cut the body into pieces, cooked some of them, and eaten them. He said he had enjoyed it. I examined the remains. The body had been dismembered with a knife and a saw. The cuts were crude, haphazard, the work of someone who was in a frenzy, not someone who was calm and deliberate. The body parts showed evidence of cooking. Burned skin, cooked tissue, the smell of boiled meat. And there was evidence of consumption. Bite marks on some of the bones, the kind of marks that are made by human teeth. It was one of the most grotesque cases I have ever encountered. Derek was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. He was also diagnosed with a psychiatric disorder, a condition that had caused him to lose touch with reality. The body in pieces. Let me tell you about a case that involved a body that was found in pieces across 3 states. A man, let me call him William, had been murdered by his business partner. The business partner had killed William over a financial dispute, and then he had dismembered the body to hide the evidence. The business partner was a meticulous man. He had studied how to dismember a body, had read books on anatomy, had watched videos online. He had planned every step of the process. He had cut the body into more than 30 pieces. He had placed the pieces in garbage bags and driven across the state line, dumping them in different locations. A river here, a forest there, a landfill somewhere else. The police found the pieces over a period of weeks. A fisherman found a leg in the river. A hiker found a torso in the woods. A sanitation worker found a head in the landfill. I was called to examine each piece. It was like putting together a gruesome jigsaw puzzle. The pieces matched. The cuts were consistent. The evidence was consistent. The DNA was consistent. The business partner was arrested and charged with murder. The forensic evidence was overwhelming. The dismemberment was so precise, so methodical, that it could only have been done by someone with knowledge of anatomy. The business partner was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The forensic science of dismemberment. Dismemberment is a complex forensic phenomenon. It requires a thorough understanding of anatomy, a steady hand, and a willingness to do violence to the human body. The forensic pathologist examines the dismembered remains for evidence of the dismemberment itself. We look at the cuts. Are they clean or jagged? We look at the tools. Were they sharp or blunt? We look at the sequence. Which parts were cut first and which parts were cut last? We can sometimes identify the tool used. A knife leaves different marks than a saw. A power saw leaves different marks than a handsaw. An axe leaves different marks than a cleaver. We can sometimes identify the skill level of the perpetrator. A trained surgeon will leave clean, precise cuts. A novice will leave jagged, uneven cuts. We can sometimes identify the mental state of the perpetrator. A calm, methodical dismemberment suggests planning. A chaotic, haphazard dismemberment suggests frenzy. And we can sometimes identify the motivation. Was the dismemberment done to hide the body, to punish the victim, or for some other reason? Chapter 9, The Body in the Suitcase, The Discovery. The call came on a sweltering July afternoon, the kind of heat that makes the asphalt shimmer and the air feel thick enough to drink. A maintenance worker at a self-storage facility had discovered a suitcase that had been left behind in an abandoned unit. The unit's lease had expired 6 months earlier, and the contents had been scheduled for disposal. But when the worker opened the suitcase, he found more than he had bargained for. I arrived at the facility 45 minutes later. The police had already cordoned off the area, and the forensics team was documenting the scene. The suitcase was a large, hard-shell piece of luggage, the kind you might take on a long international trip. It was dark blue, scuffed and stained with something that looked like rust. But it wasn't rust. It was dried blood. I approached the suitcase carefully. The zipper was partially open, and I could see a glimpse of what was inside, a mass of fabric, and beneath it, something that looked like skin. "I need to see it," I said to Detective Morrison, who had arrived at the scene. "All of it." Morrison nodded. "We'll get it to the morgue. I'm not opening it here. I don't want to contaminate anything." The suitcase was transported to the morgue in a sealed evidence bag. I was in no hurry. I had learned over the years that the most important part of any investigation is patience. Rushing leads to mistakes. Mistakes lead to dead ends. The examination. In the controlled environment of the morgue, I began the examination. The suitcase was opened carefully. The zipper was intact, but it had been forced. The fabric around the zipper was torn, suggesting that the killer had struggled to close it. Inside, I found the remains of a human body. The body was in a state of advanced decomposition. It had been in the suitcase for months, perhaps longer. The skin was desiccated, mummified by the dry air of the storage unit. The smell was faint but unmistakable, the sweet, cloying odor of death. I began the external examination. The victim was a male, approximately 40 to 50 years old. He was wearing a pair of dark trousers, a white shirt, and a tie. The clothes were of good quality, not expensive, but not cheap either. The body had been folded to fit in the suitcase. The knees were bent, the arms were crossed over the chest, the neck was twisted. It was a position of extreme compression, the kind that would have been impossible if the victim had been alive. There was no obvious cause of death. No gunshot wounds, no stab wounds, no signs of trauma. The neck was intact, no ligature marks, no fractures. I took the body out of the suitcase and placed it on the examination table. I began the internal examination. The first thing I noticed was the airway. There was a small piece of fabric lodged in the victim's throat, a piece of cloth that had been stuffed into his mouth. I removed it carefully. He had been suffocated. Someone had stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth, blocking his airway, and then had waited for him to die. But there was something else, something that caught my attention immediately. The tattoo. On the victim's left forearm there was a tattoo. It was a simple design, a bird in flight with the word Liberty written beneath it in elegant script. The tattoo was faded, decades old, but it was distinctive. It was the kind of tattoo that could be used to identify a body, if anyone had seen it before. I photographed the tattoo and sent the images to the police. The victim had no identification, no wallet, no keys. But the tattoo was a starting point. The police began to search for a missing person with a bird tattoo on their left forearm. The search took weeks. It was a needle in a haystack, a faded tattoo on a dead man in a suitcase in a storage unit in a city of millions. But eventually, they found him. The identification. The victim was identified as a man named Edward Franklin. Edward was a 52-year-old accountant who had been reported missing by his sister 8 months earlier. He had been living alone in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city. He was quiet, private, and had few friends. His sister had grown concerned when she hadn't heard from him for several weeks. The police had searched his apartment at the time. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign of a struggle. His car was in the garage. His wallet and phone were on the kitchen counter. He had simply vanished. The police had assumed he had run away, left his old life behind, started a new one somewhere else. They had stopped looking after a few weeks. But Edward had not run away. He had been killed, and his body had been stuffed in a suitcase locked in a storage unit and forgotten. The investigation. The investigation into Edward's death began in earnest. I had provided the initial evidence. The cause of death was suffocation. The time of death was approximately 8 months before the discovery. The victim had been killed elsewhere. There was no evidence of blood at the storage unit, and then transported to the unit. The police began to look for suspects. Who would want to kill a quiet private accountant? The answer lay in Edward's finances. Edward was an accountant, but he was also a gambler. He had a secret life, a life of debt, of addiction, of desperation. He had been borrowing money from a loan shark, and the loan shark had been threatening him for months. The loan shark was a man named Marcus Delgado. Marcus had a criminal record, a reputation for violence, and a network of associates who did his dirty work. The police brought Marcus in for questioning. He denied everything. He claimed he had never heard of Edward Franklin, but the evidence was mounting. Marcus's fingerprints were found on the suitcase. His DNA was found on the cloth that had been stuffed into Edward's mouth. Marcus was arrested and charged with murder. The trial. The trial was a sensation. The case of the body in the suitcase made headlines across the country. It was the kind of story that captured the public imagination. A quiet, ordinary man, a secret life, a brutal death. I testified at the trial. I explained the forensic evidence, the cause of death, the time of death, the identification of the victim. The defense argued that Marcus had not killed Edward. They claimed that the fingerprints and DNA were circumstantial, that Marcus had touched the suitcase in a different context, that the DNA had been transferred somehow. But the jury was not convinced. The evidence was overwhelming. Marcus was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The aftermath. Edward's sister attended the trial. She was a quiet woman dressed in black, with eyes that held the kind of grief that never fully heals. After the trial, she came to see me. She wanted to thank me. "You gave my brother his voice back," she said. "You told the truth about what happened to him." I nodded. It was the same thing I heard from families so often. The desire for the truth, the need to know what had happened. "I'm sorry for your loss," I said. She nodded. "He was a good man," she said. "He just had a weakness. He couldn't control it." I thought about Edward. He was a man with a secret life, a man with a weakness. But he was also a man with a sister who loved him, a sister who had never given up on him. And in the end, the body had told his story. The tattoo on his arm, the cloth in his throat, the suitcase in the storage unit. All of it had come together to bring his killer to justice. The lessons of the suitcase. This case taught me several important lessons. First, never give up. Edward's body had been in the suitcase for 8 months. The tattoo was the only clue. But that clue was enough, eventually. Second, the body tells the truth, no matter how long it takes. The evidence was there. It was just a matter of finding it, interpreting it, and using it. Third, secrets have a way of coming out. Edward had hidden his gambling addiction from everyone except the loan shark. But the secret was there, in his finances, in his behavior, in the end. Fourth, the forensic pathologist is the voice of the dead. Edward could not speak for himself. He could not tell us what had happened, but his body told us. And we listened. Part 3, The Living and the Dead. Chapter 10, Buried Alive, the fear that refuses to die. There is a fear that is as old as humanity itself. It is the fear of being buried alive, of waking up in the dark, in a coffin 6 feet underground, with no way out, no one to hear your screams, nothing but the crushing weight of the earth above you. This fear has haunted the human imagination for centuries. It has inspired stories, poems, and nightmares. Edgar Allan Poe wrote about it in The Premature Burial. The Victorians built safety coffins with bells and internal release mechanisms, just in case. But is the fear justified? Has anyone actually been buried alive? The answer is complicated. What is catalepsy? Catalepsy is a medical condition that causes a person to become rigid, unresponsive, and seemingly unconscious. The body enters a state of suspended animation. The heart rate slows, the breathing becomes shallow, and the person appears to be dead. In the 19th century, catalepsy was poorly understood. Doctors often mistook it for death, and there are documented cases of people being buried alive. But in the modern era, catalepsy is rare. It is usually a symptom of an underlying condition, such as epilepsy, Parkinson's disease, or schizophrenia. It is also rare for catalepsy to be so profound that a person appears dead. Today, the fear of being buried alive is largely irrational. The medical profession has developed reliable methods for determining death. But the fear persists, and I have seen its consequences. The case of Lucette. This is one of the strangest cases I have ever encountered. Lucette was an 85-year-old woman who lived alone in a small apartment. She had a history of heart disease and had been in declining health for several years. One evening, her neighbor found her collapsed on the floor of her apartment. She was unresponsive, cold to the touch, and not breathing. The neighbor called an ambulance. The paramedics arrived and confirmed what they thought they had found. Lucette was dead. They called the coroner, who confirmed the death. The cause of death was listed as a heart attack. Lucette's family was devastated. They arranged for a funeral and the body was prepared for burial. The funeral home did the usual preparation. The body was washed, dressed, and placed in a casket. The casket was closed for the visitation. The visitation was held at the funeral home. Family and friends came to pay their respects. The atmosphere was somber, the grief palpable. One of Lucette's oldest friends, a woman named Janine, approached the casket. Janine was crying, but she wanted to say a final goodbye. She reached out to touch Lucette's hand, and then Lucette sat up. Her eyes opened. She looked around the room, confused. She saw Janine and smiled. "Oh, Janine," she said, "how nice of you to come see me." Janine screamed. Her eyes rolled back in her head. She collapsed, clutching her chest. Janine died of a heart attack on the spot. Lucette, meanwhile, was taken to the hospital. She was confused, disoriented, but alive. The doctors determined that she had suffered a catalepsy episode, a state of suspended animation that had been mistaken for death. She had been lying in her casket, surrounded by mourners, when she had woken up. She had heard their tears, their prayers, their goodbyes, and she had frightened her best friend to death. The aftermath. Lucette lived for another 3 years after her resurrection. She was treated for her heart condition and for her catalepsy. She never fully recovered from the trauma of being mistaken for dead. She told me once, during a follow-up appointment, that she still had nightmares about the casket. She had felt the walls closing in on her. She had heard the mourners crying. She had been unable to move, unable to speak, unable to tell them she was still alive. And then she had felt Janine's hand on hers. It was the first human contact she had felt in hours. She had sat up, desperate to be free. She had not meant to frighten Janine. She had just wanted to be alive. I have thought about Lucette's case many times. It is a reminder that death is not always what it seems. Sometimes the line between life and death is blurry. The science of catalepsy. Catalepsy is a neurological condition that affects the brain's ability to control movement and consciousness. It can be triggered by a variety of factors, including emotional stress, physical trauma, or underlying neurological conditions. During a catalepsy episode, the person becomes rigid, unresponsive, and seemingly unconscious. Their heart rate slows, their breathing becomes shallow, and their pupils may be fixed and dilated. In extreme cases, the symptoms can mimic death. A person with catalepsy might appear dead to a layperson, and even to a medical professional who is not careful. This is why the diagnosis of death is not taken lightly. I have been trained to look for the signs of life that a layperson might miss. I check for a pulse, for breathing, for pupil response. I listen to the heart and lungs. I check for rigor mortis and livor mortis. And if I have any doubt, I wait. The case of the safety coffin. The Victorians were obsessed with the fear of being buried alive. They developed safety coffins with bells, tubes, and internal release mechanisms that would allow a person to signal to the surface if they woke up. One of the most famous cases was that of a man who was buried alive, or so the story goes. A man, let me call him Thomas, was declared dead and buried in a family plot. A few days later, the gravedigger noticed that the ground around the grave had been disturbed. He reported it to the authorities, who exhumed the body. The coffin was opened. Thomas's body was not in a peaceful position. His arms were scratched, his nails were broken, and there was blood on the inside of the coffin. He had woken up and had tried to claw his way out. The story was widely reported and contributed to the Victorian fear of premature burial, but the case was never confirmed. It might have been apocryphal, a cautionary tale, but the fear persisted. The modern reality. In the modern era, premature burial is extremely rare. The medical profession has advanced enough to reliably determine death. But there have been cases, Lucette's case is one of them, where the line between life and death has been blurred. I have been asked many times if there are scratch marks inside coffins. Are there cases of people waking up after burial? The answer is no. I have never seen scratch marks inside a coffin, and here is the reason. Even if a person were buried alive, they would die within a few minutes. The lack of oxygen is too much for the body to survive. A person buried in a coffin would have, at most, 15 minutes of oxygen. After that, they would lose consciousness, and then they would die. So, no, there are no scratch marks inside coffins. The victim would not have had the time or the strength to scratch. Chapter 11. The body that wasn't there. The confession. The call came from a prosecutor I had worked with many times. Her name was Sarah Chen, and she was known for taking on difficult cases, the ones that other prosecutors avoided. "I need your help," she said. "I have a woman who confessed to killing her ex-husband, but we don't have a body. We don't have a crime scene. We don't have any physical evidence. All we have is her confession." I was intrigued. A confession without a body is unusual. It is also problematic. Without a body, it is difficult to prove that a murder even occurred. "Tell me more," I said. Sarah explained. The woman, let me call her Margaret, had come to the police station and confessed to killing her ex-husband, a man named Robert. She had told the police a detailed story about how she had killed him, dismembered his body, and disposed of the remains. But there was no body. The police had searched Margaret's apartment, Robert's apartment, and the surrounding area. They had found nothing. No blood, no tissue, no bone fragments, nothing. The police were skeptical. They had thought Margaret was delusional, a woman with a history of mental illness, seeking attention. But then they had checked Robert's records. Robert had been missing for 6 months. He had not used his credit cards, had not accessed his bank accounts, had not contacted his family. He had simply vanished. The police began to take Margaret's confession more seriously, and they called me, the confession. I met with Margaret at the police station. She was a small, thin woman in her late 40s with tired eyes and a defeated posture. She had been a school teacher, according to the police, but she had been on disability leave for several years. She had a history of depression and anxiety. But she was not delusional. Her story was too detailed, too consistent, too specific to be a fantasy. She told me everything. She had killed Robert 6 months earlier. He had come to her apartment to pick up some belongings he had left behind. They had argued, as they always argued, and she had hit him over the head with a frying pan. He had collapsed, unconscious, and then dead. Margaret had panicked. She had not planned to kill him. She had just wanted him to leave her alone. But now he was dead, and she had to get rid of the body. She had taken a saw and a knife from her kitchen. She had dismembered Robert's body in the bathtub. It had taken her hours. She had cut off his arms, his legs, his head. She had removed his organs. She had placed the pieces in garbage bags. Then she had disposed of the pieces. She had driven to different locations across the city and had dumped the bags in dumpsters, in rivers, in abandoned lots. She had burned some of the pieces in a fireplace, but the head would not burn completely. She had tried 3 times, but the bones were too thick. She had finally put the head in a trash bag and thrown it in a dumpster behind a supermarket. I listened to her story. It was detailed, consistent, and internally coherent. It matched the kind of evidence I had seen in other dismemberment cases. But there was no body. There was no evidence to corroborate her story. The investigation. I began to investigate. I visited Margaret's apartment. It had been cleaned extensively. The floors were scrubbed, the walls were washed, the furniture was rearranged. There was no visible evidence of a crime, but I knew that a crime had occurred. I could smell it, a faint, lingering odor of decomposition that no amount of cleaning could fully eliminate. I used a luminol test to detect trace amounts of blood. Luminol is a chemical that reacts with hemoglobin, producing a blue glow in the dark. It can detect blood that has been cleaned, even if the surface appears clean to the naked eye. The luminol test revealed blood in the bathtub, on the bathroom floor, and on the kitchen counter. The blood was not visible to the naked eye, but it was there. It was the evidence I needed. I took samples of the blood and sent them to the lab for DNA analysis. The results confirmed that the blood belonged to Robert. We had a body, or at least proof that a body had been there. The interrogation. I sat down with Margaret again. I told her what we had found, the blood in the bathtub, on the floor, on the kitchen counter. I told her that her story was consistent with the evidence. She broke down. She had been holding on to the guilt for 6 months, and it had finally become too much to bear. She confessed again, this time with more detail. She told me about the dismemberment. She told me about the disposal. She told me about the guilt and the fear and the nightmares. And then she said something that stopped me cold. "The head," she said. "I tried to burn it. 3 times. It wouldn't burn completely. The bones were still there, charred but recognizable." "How did you try to burn it?" I asked. "In the fireplace," she said. "I put it in the fire. I waited. I took it out. I put it in again. 3 times. "What did the bones look like?" I asked. She described them in detail, the color, the texture, the shape. She described the teeth, the jaw, the skull. Her description was accurate, consistent with what I had seen in other burned remains. I knew then that she was telling the truth. The trial. Margaret was charged with second-degree murder. The trial was a sensation. The case of the woman who had killed her ex-husband and dismembered his body, only to confess when she could no longer bear the guilt. The prosecution's case was based on Margaret's confession, the DNA evidence from the blood in her apartment, and the testimony of the forensic pathologist, me. The defense argued that Margaret was mentally ill, that she had confessed to a crime she had not committed, that the DNA evidence was circumstantial, that the prosecution had no body. But the jury was convinced. The evidence was overwhelming. Margaret was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The aftermath. Margaret's family was devastated. They had not known about the killing, the dismemberment, the disposal. They had believed Margaret was innocent, a victim of mental illness, not a murderer. But the evidence was clear. Margaret had killed Robert. She had dismembered his body. She had disposed of the remains. And she had confessed. I often think about Margaret. She was not a monster. She was a woman who had been pushed to her limits, who had been abused, manipulated, and controlled by her ex-husband. She had killed him in a moment of rage, and then had tried to cover it up. But the guilt had been too much for her. She had confessed because she could not live with the weight of what she had done. The forensic lessons. This case taught me several important lessons. First, a confession without a body is not enough. Without physical evidence, a confession is just words. The blood in Margaret's apartment, the DNA evidence, was what convinced the jury. Second, luminol is invaluable. The luminol test revealed the blood that had been cleaned away. Without it, I would have had no physical evidence to corroborate Margaret's confession. Third, the body tells the truth even when it's gone. The blood, the DNA, the trace evidence, all of it pointed to a crime that had occurred. The body may have been gone, but its presence was still felt. Fourth, guilt is a powerful motivator. Margaret had confessed because she could not bear the guilt. She had wanted to be punished. She had wanted to be free. The psychology of confession. Why do people confess to crimes they have committed? Sometimes they confess because they feel guilty. The weight of their crime is too heavy to bear. They want to be punished. They want to be free. Sometimes they confess because they are afraid. They are afraid of being caught, of being punished, of the consequences of their actions. Sometimes they confess because they are mentally ill. They believe they have committed a crime, even if they haven't, and sometimes they confess because they want attention. They want to be seen, to be heard, to be important. I have seen all of these motivations in my career. But in Margaret's case, it was guilt. She had killed Robert, and she had not been able to live with what she had done. Chapter 12. The Lonely Deaths. The Forgotten Dead. There is a particular kind of sadness that comes with a lonely death. It is not the sadness of a violent death, or a tragic accident, or a senseless murder. It is the sadness of a life that ended without anyone noticing. A death that went undiscovered for days, weeks, months, sometimes even years. These are the forgotten dead, the ones who lived alone, who had no close family, who drifted away from friends and acquaintances. The ones who died alone in their apartments, their houses, their cars. The ones whose bodies were found not by a loved one but by a landlord, a neighbor, a mail carrier, or a utility worker. I have examined many such bodies. Each one is a tragedy. Each one is a reminder of the isolation that plagues modern society. And each one tells a story of loneliness, of neglect, of a life that faded away. The case of the 5-year corpse. Let me begin with the most extreme case I have ever encountered. The call came from a police officer in a quiet suburban neighborhood. A property manager had been checking on a rental property that had been abandoned. The tenant, a man in his 60s, had stopped paying rent 5 years earlier. The property manager had assumed the tenant had moved out and had simply stopped caring. But when the property manager finally entered the property, he found a skeleton lying on a bed. I arrived at the scene. The house was in a state of disrepair. Dust everywhere, cobwebs in the corners, mail piled up by the door. The bedroom was dark, the curtains drawn. On the bed lay a skeleton, dressed in what had once been a pair of pajamas. I examined the remains. The skeleton was complete with no signs of trauma. There were no fractures, no bullet holes, no knife marks. The bones were intact. I estimated the time of death at approximately 5 years. The body had been reduced to a skeleton by the dry, warm air of the house. The environment had mummified the remains, preserving them in a state that allowed me to examine them in detail. The cause of death was not immediately obvious. There were no signs of violence. The skeleton suggested a natural death, perhaps a heart attack, a stroke, or another sudden event. But there was something else, something that caught my attention. The diaries. In a drawer next to the bed, I found a stack of diaries. They were handwritten in a neat, careful script. They covered a period of 20 years. I began to read them. They were the diaries of a man who had been slowly withdrawing from the world. He had lost his job, his wife had left him, and his children had stopped visiting. He had become reclusive, spending most of his time alone in his house. The diaries chronicled his decline. They were filled with entries about loneliness, about despair, about the slow erosion of hope. He wrote about his dreams, his fears, his regrets. He wrote about the people who had abandoned him and the ones he had pushed away. The final entry was dated 5 years earlier. It was a single sentence. No one came today. No one came yesterday. No one will come tomorrow. I am alone. I read that entry several times. It was a cry of despair, a final acknowledgement of a life that had become empty and meaningless. The man had died alone, in his bed, with no one to hold his hand, no one to say goodbye. He had lain there for 5 years, undiscovered, forgotten. The investigation. I performed a full autopsy on the remains. The cause of death was a heart attack, a sudden cardiac event that had killed him quickly. He had probably died within minutes, maybe seconds. But the tragedy was not the cause of death. The tragedy was the loneliness that had preceded it. The man had been isolated for years. He had no family, no friends, no social connections. He had withdrawn from the world, and the world had withdrawn from him. His diaries told the story of a man who had been slowly dying for years, dying of loneliness, of despair, of the slow erosion of hope. The aftermath. The case of the 5-year corpse was widely reported. It became a symbol of the isolation that plagues modern society, the phenomenon of people living alone, dying alone, and being discovered only by accident. The man's children were found. They had not spoken to their father in years. They had assumed he was alive, living his life, doing his own thing. They had not known he was dead. They were devastated by the news. They had not been there for him. They had not said goodbye. They had not even known he was gone. The case sparked a national conversation about loneliness, about social isolation, about the importance of connection. It was a conversation that was long overdue. The lonely deaths. The case of the 5-year corpse is extreme, but it is not unique. I have seen many lonely deaths in my career. Bodies found in apartments, in houses, in cars. Bodies that had been dead for days, weeks, months, sometimes years. There was the case of a woman in her 80s who died in her apartment. Her body was not discovered for 6 months. The neighbors had assumed she had moved away. The mail piled up at her door, but no one thought to check. There was the case of a man in his 50s who died in his car in a parking lot. His body was not discovered for 3 months. The car had been parked in a corner of the lot, hidden from view. No one had noticed. There was the case of a woman in her 70s who died in her house. Her body was not discovered for 18 months. The house was in a rural area and she had no neighbors. Her family had assumed she was alive, but they had not called. Each of these cases is a tragedy. Each one is a reminder of the isolation that can creep into our lives, slowly and imperceptibly, until we are completely alone. The social isolation. Why do people die alone? The answer is complex, and some people are isolated by circumstance. They have no family, no friends, no support network. They are alone because they have no one to be with. Some people are isolated by choice. They have withdrawn from the world, pushed people away, retreated into themselves. They are alone because they have chosen to be. Some people are isolated by stigma. They have mental illness, addiction, or a medical condition that makes it hard to connect with others. They are alone because the world has rejected them. Some people are isolated by poverty. They cannot afford to socialize, to travel, to maintain relationships. They are alone because they are trapped in a cycle of deprivation. But whatever the cause, the result is the same. A life that ends alone, unnoticed, unremarked. The forensic findings. When I examine the body of someone who has died alone, I look for evidence of the time of death. The decomposition, the rigor mortis, the lever mortis, all of it tells me how long the body has been there. But I also look for evidence of the person's life. The scars, the tattoos, the old fractures, the signs of previous illness, of injury, of struggle, the evidence of who they were and what they went through. In the case of the 5-year corpse, the diaries were the most revealing evidence. They told me what the body could not. The story of a life that had slowly faded away. The human cost. The lonely deaths are a human tragedy of the highest order. Every person who dies alone is a person who was loved, or who might have been loved if only someone had known. Every person who dies alone is a person with a story, a history, a life that mattered. But they are also a symptom of a larger problem. The social isolation that leads to these deaths is a growing phenomenon, a consequence of the fragmentation of modern society. We live in a world where people are more connected than ever, through phones, through social media, through the internet. But we are also more isolated than ever. We have hundreds of friends online, but we have no one to call when we are in trouble. We are surrounded by people, but we are alone. The importance of connection. The lonely deaths have taught me something important, the importance of connection. We are social creatures. We need other people. We need to be seen, to be heard, to be known. We need to know that someone cares about us, that someone would notice if we were gone. The man in the bed, the woman in the apartment, the man in the car, they were all alone. They had no one to notice them, no one to care for them, no one to mourn them. Their deaths were not just physical, they were social. They were the deaths of people who had been forgotten. Chapter 13. The Corpse Who Sat Up. The casket. The funeral home was quiet, the kind of quiet that settles over a room when grief has exhausted itself and all that remains is a hollow, aching silence. Lucette's body lay in the casket, dressed in her favorite blue dress, her hands folded across her chest. Her face was peaceful, composed, as if she were merely sleeping. The makeup artist had done a skillful job. Her cheeks had a hint of color. Her lips were softly pink. Her gray hair was arranged in the style she had worn for decades. The family had gathered to pay their final respects. Lucette's 2 daughters stood by the casket, holding each other, their eyes red and swollen. Her grandchildren huddled together in the back of the room, unsure of what to say or do. And her oldest friend, Janine, approached the casket alone. Janine had known Lucette for more than 60 years. They had met as young women, had raised their children together, had supported each other through divorces, illnesses, and the deaths of their husbands. They had been each other's confidants, each other's rocks. And now Lucette was gone. Janine reached the casket. She looked down at her friend's face. She remembered all the laughter, all the tears, all the shared secrets. She reached out her hand to touch Lucette's, to say one final goodbye. And then Lucette sat up. Her eyes fluttered open. She looked around the room, confused, disoriented. She saw Janine and smiled. "Oh, Janine," she said, "how nice of you to come see me." Janine screamed. Her eyes rolled back in her head. She clutched her chest and collapsed. The room erupted in chaos. People screamed, cried, ran for the door. Someone called 911. Someone else tried to help Janine. Lucette, meanwhile, sat in her casket, bewildered, wondering why everyone was so upset. Janine died on the floor of the funeral home. She had suffered a massive heart attack. The shock had been too much for her elderly heart. Lucette was taken to the hospital. She was alive. She had never been dead at all. The diagnosis. At the hospital, Lucette was examined by a team of doctors. They determined that she had suffered a catalepsy episode, a state of suspended animation that had been mistaken for death. Catalepsy is a neurological condition that causes a person to become rigid, unresponsive, and seemingly unconscious. The heart rate slows, the breathing becomes shallow, and the person appears to be dead. In Lucette's case, the catalepsy had been triggered by a combination of factors: her age, her heart condition, and the stress of her declining health. Her body had essentially shut down, entering a state of hibernation that mimicked death. The paramedics had not been able to detect a pulse or breathing. The coroner had not been able to detect any signs of life. They had assumed she was dead, but they had been wrong. The science of catalepsy. Catalepsy is rare in the modern era, but it is still a recognized medical condition. It is usually a symptom of an underlying neurological or psychiatric disorder, such as epilepsy, Parkinson's disease, schizophrenia, or severe depression. During a catalepsy episode, the person's muscles become rigid and fixed. Their eyes may be open or closed, but they are unresponsive to external stimuli. Their heart rate and breathing can slow to the point where they are almost undetectable. In extreme cases, the symptoms can mimic death, as they did in Lucette's case. A person with catalepsy can appear to be dead to a lay person, and even to a medical professional who is not careful. That is why the diagnosis of death is not taken lightly. In modern medicine, the diagnosis of death is based on a combination of factors: the absence of a pulse, the absence of breathing, the absence of pupil response, and the absence of brain activity. But even with these criteria, there is a margin of error. And that margin of error is what led to Lucette's ordeal. The aftermath. Lucette survived the ordeal. She lived for another 3 years, though she was never the same. The trauma of being mistaken for dead, of lying in a casket, surrounded by mourners, unable to move or speak, stayed with her. She had nightmares. She would wake up screaming, convinced she was still in the casket. She would call out for her daughters, for Janine, for anyone who could reassure her that she was still alive. But Janine was gone. Janine had died because of her. Lucette carried that guilt for the rest of her life. She had not meant to frighten Janine. She had just wanted to be alive. But her resurrection had killed her best friend. The funeral home was sued by Lucette's family and by Janine's family. The lawsuits claimed negligence, that the funeral home had not properly verified Lucette's death before preparing her for burial. The funeral home argued that it had followed standard procedures. Lucette had been pronounced dead by a doctor. The body had been prepared in the usual way. No one could have predicted that she would sit up in her casket. But the families were not satisfied. They wanted answers. They wanted someone to blame. The case was settled out of court. The funeral home paid a substantial sum to both families, and the matter was closed. But the damage had been done. Lucette had been traumatized. Janine was dead, and the families were left to grieve. For Lucette, for Janine, and for the tragedy that had unfolded in the funeral home. The prevention. How can we prevent cases like Lucette's from happening again? The answer lies in better training and more rigorous protocols. Medical professionals must be trained to recognize the signs of catalepsy and other conditions that can mimic death. They must be vigilant, thorough, and careful in their examinations. The protocols for determining death must be followed without exception. No shortcuts, no assumptions. Every death must be confirmed through a combination of physical examination and, if necessary, technological testing. And families must be aware of the risks. If a loved one has a history of catalepsy or other conditions that can mimic death, they should inform the medical professionals who are treating them. Chapter 14. The 5-Year Corpse. The Forgotten Man. I have seen many bodies in my career. Some were fresh, their skin still warm, their eyes still open. Some were decomposed, their features obscured by the ravages of time and nature. Some were burned, some were dismembered, some were nothing more than bones. But the body I am about to describe was different. It was not the most gruesome I had ever seen. It was not the most violent. It was not the most tragic. It was simply the loneliest. The body belonged to a man I'll call Arthur. He was 63 years old when he died. He had been a teacher, a husband, a father. But by the time his body was discovered, all of that was in the past. His wife had left him. His children had stopped visiting. His friends had drifted away. He had become invisible. The discovery was made by a property manager. The house was in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind of place where people keep to themselves and mind their own business. The property manager had been trying to contact Arthur for years about unpaid rent, but the calls had gone unanswered. Eventually, the property manager decided to enter the property. The door was unlocked. The house was dark, the windows covered with thick curtains. The air was stale and musty. The property manager walked through the house calling out Arthur's name. There was no response. He opened the bedroom door. On the bed lay a skeleton, dressed in what had once been a pair of pajamas. The bones were yellowed, dried, and partially mummified by the dry air of the house. The skeleton lay on its side, arms folded across the chest, legs bent slightly at the knees. The property manager called the police. The examination. I arrived at the scene. The house was a time capsule, frozen in the moment of Arthur's death. The kitchen was clean, with dishes stacked in the cupboard. The living room was tidy, with a worn armchair and a television that had not been turned on in years. The mail was piled up by the door, letters, bills, advertisements, all of them unopened. I entered the bedroom. The skeleton lay on the bed, surrounded by the remnants of Arthur's life. A book lay on the nightstand, its pages yellowed with age. A pair of glasses sat next to it. A calendar on the wall showed the month and year of Arthur's death, 5 years earlier. I began my examination. The skeleton was complete, with no signs of trauma. There were no fractures, no bullet holes, no knife marks. The bones were intact. The cause of death was not immediately obvious. There were no signs of violence. The skeleton suggested a natural death, perhaps a heart attack, a stroke, or another sudden event. I estimated the time of death at approximately 5 years. The body had been reduced to a skeleton by the dry, warm air of the house. The environment had mummified the remains, preserving them in a state that allowed me to examine them in detail. But there was something else, something that caught my attention. Arthur's hands were curled into fists. The fingers were bent, the knuckles prominent. It was the posture of someone who had been in pain, or perhaps someone who had been struggling. I examined the hands more closely. There were no fractures, no signs of trauma. But the posture was odd, too rigid, too fixed. I began to suspect that Arthur had not died quickly. He might have suffered, might have struggled, might have tried to reach for help that never came. The diaries. In a drawer next to the bed, I found a stack of diaries. They were handwritten, in a neat, careful script. They covered a period of 20 years. I began to read them. They were the diaries of a man who had been slowly withdrawing from the world. Arthur had been a high school teacher. He had loved his students, his colleagues, his work. But he had also been a private man, a man who kept his thoughts and feelings to himself. His wife had grown frustrated with his emotional distance. His children had grown up and moved away. After his wife left him, Arthur had retreated further into himself. He stopped going out. He stopped seeing friends. He stopped answering the phone. The diaries chronicled his decline. They were filled with entries about loneliness, about despair, about the slow erosion of hope. He wrote about his dreams, his fears, his regrets. He wrote about the people who had abandoned him and the ones he had pushed away. The final entry was dated 5 years earlier. It was a single sentence. No one came today, no one came yesterday, no one will come tomorrow. I am alone. The autopsy. I performed a full autopsy on the remains. The cause of death was a heart attack, a sudden cardiac event that had killed him quickly, but not instantly. The posture of his hands suggested that he had been in pain, that he had struggled, that he had tried to reach for help. There was no help. There was no one to hear him. There was no one to call for an ambulance, to hold his hand, to say goodbye. He had died alone, in his bed, with no one to witness his final moments. He had lain there for 5 years, undiscovered, forgotten. The investigation. The police investigated the case. They contacted Arthur's family, his ex-wife and his 2 children. They were shocked to learn that Arthur had been dead for 5 years. His ex-wife had assumed he was alive. She had not spoken to him in years, but she had assumed he was doing fine. His children had not seen him since they were teenagers. They had not known he was dead. The family was devastated. They had not been there for him. They had not said goodbye. They had not even known he was gone. The police also investigated the neighbors. The neighbors had not noticed anything unusual. Arthur had kept to himself, and they had assumed he was still alive. They had not seen him, but they had not thought to check on him. The case of the 5-year corpse was widely reported. It became a symbol of the isolation that plagues modern society, the phenomenon of people living alone, dying alone, and being discovered only by accident. The psychological impact. Arthur's family was devastated by the news. They had not been there for him. They had not said goodbye. They had not even known he was gone. They had assumed he was alive. They had assumed he was fine. They had not thought to check on him. The guilt was overwhelming. His daughter told me that she had not spoken to her father in 15 years. She had been angry with him for his emotional distance, his failure to connect. She had pushed him away and he had let her go. She had not known he was lonely. She had not known he was suffering. She had not known he was dying. The guilt was a weight she would carry for the rest of her life. Part 4. Forensic Science in Action. Chapter 15. The Poisoner's Game. The Silent Killer. Poison is the weapon of the coward. It is silent, invisible, and often undetectable. It allows the killer to strike from a distance, to watch their victim suffer, to enjoy the spectacle of death without ever getting their hands dirty. I have seen many poisonings in my career. Some were accidental. A child who swallowed cleaning fluid, an elderly person who took the wrong medication. Some were suicides, a desperate act, a final escape from unbearable pain. And some were homicides, cold, calculated murders, designed to look like natural deaths. Poison is the most difficult of all causes of death to detect. The symptoms of poisoning often mimic the symptoms of natural diseases. The victim may vomit, convulse, or lose consciousness, just as they would with a heart attack, a stroke, or an infection. And the poison itself may be invisible to the naked eye. It may be metabolized by the body, leaving no trace. It may be a common household substance, easily obtained and easily administered. The forensic pathologist must be a detective, a scientist, and a chemist all at once. We must look for the signs that do not fit the narrative. We must question the assumptions, and we must use the most advanced toxicological techniques to detect the invisible killer. The case of the doting husband. Let me tell you about a case that illustrates the challenges of detecting poison. A woman, let me call her Diane, was in her late 50s. She was healthy, active, and happily married to a man named Charles. Charles was a retired pharmacist, a kind and gentle man who doted on his wife. Diane began to feel unwell. She was tired all the time, nauseous, and losing weight. She went to her doctor, who ran a series of tests. The tests came back normal. Diane's symptoms worsened. She began to have episodes of dizziness and fainting. She was admitted to the hospital, where doctors ran more tests. Again, the tests came back normal. Diane died 3 weeks later. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, a heart attack perhaps, or a stroke. But her family was not satisfied. Diane had been healthy. She had been active. She had been happy. Something was wrong. The family requested an autopsy, the examination. I performed the autopsy. The external examination was unremarkable. Diane appeared to be a healthy woman of her age. There were no signs of trauma, no signs of violence. The internal examination was also unremarkable. Her heart was healthy, her lungs were healthy, her brain was healthy. There was no evidence of a heart attack, a stroke, or any other natural cause of death. But I noticed something strange. Diane's blood was a dark, almost black color. That could be a sign of a chemical reaction, a poisoning. I sent her blood to the toxicology lab. The results came back. Diane had died of thallium poisoning. Thallium is a heavy metal that is used in rat poison and insecticides. It is odorless, tasteless, and colorless. It is also highly toxic. A dose of just 1 gram can be fatal. Thallium poisoning causes a range of symptoms: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, hair loss, and neurological problems. The symptoms can be mistaken for a viral infection, a neurological disorder, or even a psychiatric condition. Diane had been slowly poisoned over a period of weeks. The thallium had built up in her system, causing her symptoms to worsen gradually. By the time she died, it was too late. The investigation. I called the police. The investigation turned up the truth. Charles, Diane's husband, was a retired pharmacist. He had access to thallium, and he had been having an affair for years. Charles had been poisoning Diane slowly, hoping to make her death look like a natural illness. He had been adding small amounts of thallium to her food and drink, gradually increasing the dose as her symptoms worsened. He had thought he would get away with it. He had thought the thallium would be undetectable. He had thought Diane's death would be blamed on natural causes. But he was wrong. The toxicology report had revealed the truth. Charles was arrested and charged with murder. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The science of thallium. Thallium is a fascinating and terrifying poison. It is a heavy metal that is chemically similar to potassium. The body absorbs thallium through the digestive tract, mistaking it for potassium. Once in the body, thallium interferes with the function of cells, disrupting the nervous system, the cardiovascular system, and the digestive system. The symptoms of thallium poisoning are distinctive: hair loss, peripheral neuropathy, tingling and numbness in the hands and feet, and gastrointestinal distress. But the symptoms can also be mistaken for other conditions, which is what makes thallium so dangerous. Thallium is also difficult to detect. It is metabolized slowly by the body, but it can be detected in blood, urine, and hair. The toxicology lab uses a technique called atomic absorption spectroscopy to detect thallium in biological samples. In Diane's case, the thallium was detected in her blood and urine. The levels were consistent with chronic poisoning, the kind of poisoning that occurs over a period of weeks or months. Other poisons. Thallium is not the only poison I have encountered. I have seen a wide range of poisons in my career, each with its own distinctive characteristics. Arsenic, known as the king of poisons. Arsenic is odorless, tasteless, and colorless. It causes vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. It was a favorite of murderers in the 19th century, but it is still used today. Cyanide. Cyanide is a fast-acting poison that causes rapid death. It interferes with the body's ability to use oxygen, causing the cells to suffocate. The victim's skin turns a distinctive pink color, and the breath smells of bitter almonds. Strychnine. Strychnine is a poison that causes violent muscle spasms. The victim's body contorts into a characteristic arc shape, with the head and heels touching the ground. It is a painful and terrifying way to die. Insulin. Insulin is a hormone that regulates blood sugar. In large doses, it can cause hypoglycemia, dangerously low blood sugar leading to coma and death. It is difficult to detect because the body metabolizes it quickly. Digitalis. Digitalis is a medication used to treat heart conditions. In large doses, it can cause heart failure. It is difficult to detect because it is a prescription medication that can be obtained legally. The case of the arsenic eater. Let me tell you about another poisoning case, one that involved a much older poison. A man, let me call him Henry, was in his 60s. He had been suffering from vague, nonspecific symptoms for months: fatigue, weight loss, abdominal pain, and a strange numbness in his hands and feet. His doctors had run a series of tests. The tests had come back normal. They had diagnosed him with a viral infection, a neurological disorder, and even a psychiatric condition. But nothing had worked. Henry died 6 months later. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, a heart attack perhaps, or a stroke. But Henry's daughter was not satisfied. She had been researching her father's symptoms online, and she had come across a disturbing possibility: arsenic poisoning. She requested an autopsy. The examination. I performed the autopsy. The external examination was unremarkable. Henry appeared to be a man of his age with no signs of trauma. The internal examination was also unremarkable, But I noticed something strange. Henry's hair and nails were brittle and discolored. That was a sign of chronic poisoning. I sent samples of Henry's hair, nails, and tissues to the toxicology lab. The results came back. Henry had died of arsenic poisoning. Arsenic is a heavy metal that is found in certain pesticides, herbicides, and industrial chemicals. It is also found in some natural sources, such as groundwater. Henry had been exposed to arsenic over a period of months. The arsenic had built up in his system, causing his symptoms to worsen gradually. By the time he died, it was too late. But who had poisoned him? The police investigated. They discovered that Henry's wife had been poisoning him slowly over a period of months. She had been adding arsenic to his food and drink, hoping to make his death look like a natural illness. The wife had a motive. Henry had been planning to leave her, and she wanted to inherit his estate. She was arrested and charged with murder. The evidence was overwhelming. The arsenic in Henry's body, the arsenic in the kitchen, the arsenic in the wife's possession. She was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Chapter 16. Blood Spatter and Bullets. The Language of Blood. Blood is the most honest witness at any crime scene. It cannot lie. It cannot be intimidated. It cannot forget what it saw. When a violent death occurs, blood is everywhere. It pools on the floor. It splatters on the walls. It soaks into the carpet. And each drop tells a story of violence, of struggle, of the final moments of a human life. Blood spatter analysis is the science of reading that story. It is the art of looking at a pattern of bloodstains and reconstructing the events that created them. It is a forensic discipline that requires patience, precision, and a deep understanding of physics and biology. In this chapter, I will share some of the cases that have taught me the most about blood spatter and ballistics, the cases where the blood itself was the key to solving the crime. The physics of blood. Blood behaves in predictable ways. When it is in motion, it follows the laws of physics, the same laws that govern the flight of a baseball or the trajectory of a bullet. When a victim is struck, blood is released from the body. The blood forms droplets that travel in a parabolic arc, falling to the ground or striking a surface. The size of the droplets, the shape of the stains, and the distribution of the spatter all provide clues about the nature of the attack. High-velocity spatter is produced by gunshots. The blood is atomized into tiny droplets that travel at high speed, creating a fine mist that settles on nearby surfaces. Medium-velocity spatter is produced by blunt force trauma, a beating, a stabbing, a hammer blow. The blood forms larger droplets that travel at moderate speed. Low-velocity spatter is produced by gravity, blood that drips from a wound or pools on the floor. The droplets are large and heavy, and they fall straight down. Cast-off spatter is produced when a bloody weapon is swung. The blood is flung from the weapon in a distinctive pattern that can reveal the number of blows, the direction of the attack, and even the height of the attacker. I have seen all of these patterns in my cases. Each one tells a story. The case of the beaten woman. Let me tell you about a case that involved a brutal beating. A woman, let me call her Patricia, was found dead in her home. She was in her 40s, a mother of 2, and she had been beaten to death with a blunt object. The scene was a nightmare. Blood was everywhere, on the walls, on the floor, on the furniture. Patricia's body lay in the middle of the living room, her face unrecognizable, her skull fractured in multiple places. The police assumed it was a burglary gone wrong. The house had been ransacked, and Patricia's jewelry and cash were missing. But I was not so sure. The blood spatter told a different story. I examined the pattern of the bloodstains. The high-velocity spatter was limited to the area immediately around Patricia's body. The blood mist from each blow had settled on the floor and the nearby furniture. But there was also cast-off spatter on the walls and ceiling, the distinctive pattern of blood being flung from a weapon during a swing. The cast-off spatter was concentrated on one wall, the wall opposite the door. That suggested that the attacker had been swinging the weapon in a particular direction, perhaps from a standing position. But there was something else. The bloodstains on the floor showed a clear pattern of movement. Patricia had been beaten in one part of the room, then had crawled to another part, leaving a trail of blood behind her. The attacker had followed her, continuing to beat her until she died. That was not the pattern of a burglary gone wrong. That was the pattern of a personal attack, an attack driven by rage, by hatred, by a desire to cause maximum suffering. I shared my findings with the police. They began to look at Patricia's personal life, her relationships, her conflicts. The investigation turned up the truth. Patricia's husband, a man named Michael, had been having an affair. Patricia had found out, and she had threatened to leave him and take the children. Michael had killed Patricia in a fit of rage. He had beaten her to death with a baseball bat, then had ransacked the house to make it look like a burglary. He was arrested and charged with murder. The blood spatter evidence was overwhelming, the pattern of the cast-off spatter, the trail of blood across the floor, the absence of defensive wounds on Patricia's hands. Michael was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The case of the staged suicide. Let me tell you about another case that involved blood spatter, a case where the blood revealed a staged suicide. A man, let me call him Robert, was found dead in his home. He was in his 50s, and he had been shot in the head. A gun was lying next to his hand. The police assumed it was a suicide. Robert had been depressed, had been drinking heavily, and had been talking about suicide for weeks. But when I examined the body, I found something that didn't fit. The gunshot wound was on the left side of Robert's head, a contact wound with powder burns and stippling. That was consistent with a suicide. A right-handed person would hold the gun to the left side of their head, but Robert was left-handed. I also examined the blood spatter. The high-velocity spatter from the gunshot was concentrated on the wall behind Robert, the wall that was directly behind him when he died. That was consistent with a gunshot wound. But there was also blood on the floor, blood that had dripped from the wound after Robert had been shot. The blood was in a different part of the room, not the part where Robert was found. That meant Robert had been shot in one part of the room and then moved to another part. Someone had staged the scene to look like a suicide. I shared my findings with the police. The investigation turned up the truth. Robert's wife had killed him. She had shot him in the head, then had moved his body to a different part of the room and placed the gun next to his hand. She had thought she would get away with it. She had thought the suicide would be convincing. But the blood had told the truth. The science of ballistics. Ballistics is the study of projectiles in flight. In forensic science, it is the study of bullets, how they travel, how they strike, and what they leave behind. When a bullet is fired, it leaves a distinctive pattern of evidence. The gunshot residue, the trajectory of the bullet, the wound track in the body, all of it provides clues about the shooter, the weapon, and the circumstances of the shooting. Gunshot residue is produced when the gun is fired. The residue consists of tiny particles of unburned powder, lead, and other metals. It can be found on the shooter's hands, on the victim's clothing, and on the surfaces near the shooting. The trajectory of the bullet is determined by the angle of the gun and the distance from the target. The trajectory can be reconstructed by examining the entry and exit wounds, the path of the bullet through the body, and the marks left by the bullet on the surfaces it struck. The wound track is the path of the bullet through the body. The wound track can reveal the type of bullet, the distance from which it was fired, and the position of the shooter. The case of the drive-by shooting. Let me tell you about a case that involved ballistics. A young man, let me call him Marcus, was found dead on a street corner. He was in his 20s. a gang member, and he had been shot multiple times. The police assumed it was a drive-by shooting, a typical gang-related murder. But the ballistics evidence told a different story. I examined the wounds. There were 4 gunshot wounds, all in the front of the body. The bullets had entered the chest and abdomen, and they had traveled in a downward trajectory. That meant the shooter had been above the victim, perhaps on a rooftop or in a second-story window. I examined the bullets. They were from a .45 caliber handgun, a common weapon in gang violence, but the bullets were distinctive. They had a particular rifling pattern that matched a specific type of gun. The police traced the bullets to a gun that had been reported stolen. The gun had been used in other gang-related shootings. The investigation turned up the truth. Marcus had been shot by a rival gang member who had been hiding on a rooftop. The shooter had fired from above, hitting Marcus in the chest and abdomen. The shooter was identified, arrested, and convicted of murder. The case of the sniper. Let me tell you about another ballistics case, one that involved a sniper. A man, let me call him James, was found dead in his car. He was in his 40s, a businessman, and he had been shot in the head. The police assumed it was a random shooting, a road rage incident perhaps, or a mistaken identity. But the ballistics evidence told a different story. The bullet had entered James's head through the driver's side window. The trajectory of the bullet was consistent with a shooter who had been standing on the side of the road, at a distance of approximately 50 yards. That meant the shooter was a skilled marksman, someone who could fire a gun accurately from a distance. I examined the bullet. It was from a high-powered rifle, a weapon that is not common in street crime. The police traced the bullet to a rifle that had been used in other shootings that had targeted specific individuals. The investigation turned up the truth. James had been killed by a professional assassin. He had been a witness in a federal trial, and the defendant had hired a hitman to eliminate him. The hitman was arrested, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison. Chapter 17, DNA and the Cold Case Revolution. The invisible fingerprint. For centuries, forensic investigators relied on fingerprints, eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence to solve crimes. These tools were useful, but they were also limited. Fingerprints could be smudged, eyewitnesses could be mistaken, circumstantial evidence could be misleading. Then came DNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, is the molecule that carries the genetic instructions for life. Every cell in the human body contains DNA, and every person's DNA is unique, with the exception of identical twins. It is the ultimate identifier, the invisible fingerprint that cannot be forged, cannot be altered, and cannot be hidden. The discovery of DNA analysis revolutionized forensic science. It allowed investigators to identify suspects with near certainty, to exonerate the innocent, and to solve cold cases that had been unsolved for decades. I have seen the power of DNA analysis firsthand. It has solved cases that seemed unsolvable. It has brought closure to families who had given up hope, and it has exposed the truth, no matter how long it had been hidden. The case of the Golden State Killer, perhaps the most famous cold case solved by DNA, is the case of the Golden State Killer. Between 1974 and 1986, a serial killer and rapist terrorized California. He committed at least 13 murders, 51 rapes, and more than 100 burglaries. He was known by several names: the East Area Rapist, the original Night Stalker, the Diamond Knot Killer. But his identity remained a mystery. For decades, investigators searched for the killer. They collected DNA evidence from crime scenes. They interviewed witnesses. They followed leads. But the killer remained elusive. Then, in 2018, investigators used a revolutionary technique: genetic genealogy. They uploaded the killer's DNA to a public genealogy database and found distant relatives. They built a family tree, narrowed down the suspects, and eventually identified the killer, a former police officer named Joseph James D'Angelo. D'Angelo was arrested and charged with 13 counts of murder. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison. The case was a triumph of forensic science and a testament to the power of DNA. The case of the exonerated man. DNA analysis is not just for catching criminals. It is also for exonerating the innocent. Let me tell you about a man I'll call Anthony. Anthony was a young man in his 20s when he was arrested for a murder he did not commit. He had been identified by an eyewitness, a witness who had been under stress, who had been unsure of what she had seen, who had been pressured by the police. Anthony was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. He spent 20 years behind bars for a crime he did not commit. Then, in 2002, the case was reopened. DNA evidence from the crime scene was tested using modern techniques. The DNA matched another man, a man who had a criminal record, who had been in the area at the time, who had confessed to the murder years earlier. Anthony was exonerated. He was released from prison after 20 years of wrongful imprisonment. He had lost his youth, his freedom, his family, but he had finally been vindicated. The case was a tragedy, but it was also a triumph. DNA analysis had exposed the truth, had freed an innocent man, and had brought the real killer to justice. The science of DNA analysis. DNA analysis is a complex and sophisticated process. The first step is the collection of DNA evidence. DNA can be found in blood, semen, saliva, skin cells, and other biological materials. It can be collected from crime scenes, from victims, and from suspects. The DNA is then extracted from the sample and amplified using a technique called polymerase chain reaction, PCR. PCR creates millions of copies of the DNA, making it easier to analyze. The DNA is then analyzed using a technique called short tandem repeat, STR, analysis. STR analysis identifies specific regions of the DNA that vary from person to person. The pattern of these regions creates a DNA profile, a unique identifier that can be compared to other samples. The DNA profile is then compared to the DNA profiles of suspects, victims, and other individuals. If the profile matches, it is strong evidence that the person was at the crime scene. The case of the cold case. Let me tell you about a cold case that was solved by DNA. A woman, let me call her Linda, was found dead in her apartment in 1985. She was in her 30s, a single mother, and she had been raped and strangled. The case went cold. There were no witnesses, no suspects, no leads. For 30 years, Linda's case sat on a shelf, gathering dust. Her family had given up hope of ever finding her killer. Then, in 2015, the case was reopened. DNA evidence from the crime scene was tested using modern techniques. The DNA matched a man who had been arrested for a different crime, a man who had a history of violence, who had been in the area at the time, who had never been a suspect in Linda's murder. The man was arrested and charged with Linda's murder. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Linda's family finally had closure. They had waited 30 years for justice, and it had finally come. The limitations of DNA. DNA analysis is a powerful tool, but it is not infallible. Contamination is a risk. DNA can be transferred from one surface to another, from one person to another, from one location to another. Contamination can lead to false positives or false negatives. Degradation is a risk. DNA can degrade over time, especially if it is exposed to heat, moisture, or sunlight. Degraded DNA may not yield a complete profile. Interpretation is a challenge. DNA profiles are complex, and interpreting them requires skill and experience. A misinterpretation can lead to a wrongful conviction or a wrongful exoneration. Privacy is a concern. DNA analysis raises questions about our privacy and civil liberties. Should the government be able to collect and store DNA from everyone? Should DNA databases be used for purposes other than solving crimes? These are important questions that must be addressed as DNA analysis continues to evolve. The case of the contaminated sample. Let me tell you about a case that illustrates the risks of DNA contamination. A man, let me call him Kevin, was arrested for a rape that had occurred in his neighborhood. DNA evidence from the crime scene matched Kevin's DNA. The evidence seemed overwhelming, but Kevin insisted he was innocent. He had never met the victim. He had never been to the crime scene. He had no idea how his DNA had ended up there. I was called to examine the evidence. I reviewed the DNA analysis and found something troubling. The DNA sample had been collected by a police officer who had also collected DNA from Kevin. The officer had not changed his gloves between collecting the samples. The DNA had been transferred from Kevin's sample to the crime scene sample. It was contamination, not evidence. Kevin was exonerated. He had been wrongly accused because of a simple mistake, a mistake that had nearly cost him his freedom. Chapter 18. The fire that wasn't an accident. The nature of fire. Fire is one of the most destructive forces in nature. It consumes everything in its path: wood, fabric, paper, flesh, a bone. It leaves behind a trail of destruction that can obliterate evidence and make it difficult, sometimes impossible, to determine what really happened. But fire also leaves behind clues. The pattern of burn marks, the chemistry of the residues, the behavior of the flames, all of it tells a story. And it is the forensic pathologist's job to read that story. I have examined many bodies that have been burned. Some were victims of accidents, house fires, car fires, industrial accidents. Some were victims of suicide, people who chose to end their lives in flames. And some were victims of homicide, people who were set on fire to hide the evidence of a crime. Determining whether a fire was accidental or intentional is one of the most challenging aspects of forensic pathology. It requires a deep understanding of fire dynamics, chemistry, and human behavior. The physics of fire. Fire is a chemical reaction, a rapid oxidation of a material, releasing heat and light. For a fire to start, 3 elements are needed: fuel, oxygen, and heat. This is known as the fire triangle. When a fire burns, it leaves behind a distinctive pattern of damage. The pattern of burn marks can reveal where the fire started, how it spread, and what fuels it consumed. Charring is the blackening of a material by fire. The depth of charring can reveal the intensity and duration of the fire. Spalling is the flaking or cracking of a surface by fire. It occurs when the surface is heated rapidly, causing the moisture inside to expand and crack the material. Alligatoring is the pattern of cracks that forms on a surface that has been burned. The pattern of alligatoring can reveal the direction of the fire. V-patterns are V-shaped patterns of burn marks that point to the source of the fire. The point of the V is where the fire started. These patterns are essential in fire investigation. They can reveal the origin of the fire, the trajectory of the flames, and the presence of accelerants. The case of the buried fire. Let me tell you about a case that illustrates the challenges of fire investigation. A woman, let me call her Margaret, was found dead in her home. The house had burned to the ground, and Margaret's body was found in the ashes. The initial diagnosis was that she had died in an accidental house fire. A tragic accident, but an accident nonetheless. But the fire investigator was not so sure. The pattern of the burn marks suggested that the fire had started in multiple places, not just one. That was a sign of arson. I was called to examine Margaret's body. The body was severely burned. The skin was charred. The flesh was cooked. The bones were calcined. It was difficult to determine the cause of death, but I found something that the fire investigator had missed: a small wound on the back of Margaret's skull. The wound was not caused by the fire. It was caused by a blunt object delivered with significant force. Margaret had been struck on the head before the fire started. She had been unconscious, perhaps dead, when the fire had consumed her. The case was no longer an accident, it was a homicide. The investigation turned up the truth. Margaret's husband had killed her, then had set the house on fire to hide the evidence. He had thought the fire would destroy everything, but the fire had not destroyed everything. The wound on Margaret's skull had survived, and it had told the truth, the case of the accelerant. Let me tell you about another case, one that involved an accelerant. A man, let me call him Thomas, was found dead in his car. The car had been set on fire, and Thomas's body was found in the driver's seat. The police assumed it was a suicide. Thomas had been depressed, had been drinking heavily, and had been talking about suicide for weeks. But the fire investigator found evidence of an accelerant, gasoline to be precise. The fire had been started deliberately. I was called to examine Thomas's body. The body was severely burned, but I was able to determine the cause of death. Thomas had been shot in the head before the fire started. The bullet had entered his skull through the back of his head, a wound that could not have been self-inflicted. Thomas had been murdered. The killer had shot him, then had set the car on fire to hide the evidence. The investigation turned up the truth. Thomas's business partner had killed him. The partner had been embezzling money from the company, and Thomas had found out. The partner had killed Thomas to silence him, then had set the car on fire to make it look like a suicide. The partner was arrested and charged with murder. The forensic evidence, the accelerant, the gunshot wound, the burn pattern was overwhelming. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The science of burn patterns. The pattern of burn marks is essential in fire investigation. It can reveal the origin of the fire, the trajectory of the flames, and the presence of accelerants. Flashover is the sudden ignition of all combustible materials in a room. It occurs when the temperature reaches a critical point, and the entire room bursts into flames. Flashover can obscure the origin of the fire, making it difficult to determine where it started. Smoke staining is the pattern of smoke deposits on surfaces. The pattern of smoke staining can reveal the direction of the fire and the location of the origin. Heat shadows are areas that are protected from the heat of the fire by an object, a piece of furniture, a person, a wall. The heat shadow can reveal the position of the object before the fire. Alligatoring is the pattern of cracks that forms on a surface that has been burned. The pattern of alligatoring can reveal the direction of the fire and the intensity of the heat. These patterns are essential in fire investigation. They can reveal the truth about a fire, whether it was accidental or intentional. The case of the insurance fraud. Let me tell you about a case that involved insurance fraud. A man, let me call him Richard, was found dead in his home. The house had burned to the ground, and Richard's body was found in the ashes. The initial diagnosis was that he had died in an accidental house fire. But Richard's wife had taken out a large insurance policy on his life just weeks before the fire. That was a red flag. The fire investigator found evidence of an accelerant, kerosene to be precise. The fire had been started deliberately. I was called to examine Richard's body. The body was severely burned, but I was able to determine the cause of death. Richard had been poisoned before the fire started. The toxicology report revealed a massive dose of a sedative in his blood. He had been unconscious, perhaps dead, when the fire had consumed him. Richard's wife was arrested and charged with murder. She had poisoned him, then had set the house on fire to hide the evidence and collect the insurance money. She was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Chapter 19. The Bite Mark That Lied. The promise and the peril. Bite mark analysis once stood as a pillar of forensic odontology, the science of using dental evidence to identify suspects. The theory was simple and compelling. Human teeth are unique, like fingerprints. When a suspect bites a victim, they leave behind an impression that can be matched to their dental records with near certainty. For decades, bite mark evidence was used in courtrooms across America to convict murderers, rapists, and child abusers. Juries were persuaded by the apparent science of it all, the detailed photographs, the transparent overlays, the confident expert testimony. But there was a problem. The science was not as solid as it appeared. In recent years, bite mark analysis has come under intense scrutiny. Studies have shown that the uniqueness of human teeth is not as well established as once believed. The interpretation of bite marks is highly subjective, and different experts often reach different conclusions about the same evidence. The result has been a series of wrongful convictions, people who were sent to prison based on bite mark evidence that was later shown to be flawed. Some of these people spent decades behind bars, some were executed. The bite mark that lied has become a cautionary tale, a reminder that forensic science is not infallible and that we must always question our assumptions. The case of the wrongfully convicted man. Let me tell you about a man I'll call Raymond. Raymond was a young man in his 20s when he was arrested for a murder he did not commit. A woman had been raped and murdered in her apartment, and the police had found a bite mark on her shoulder. A forensic odontologist examined the bite mark and concluded that it matched Raymond's teeth. The odontologist testified at Raymond's trial, and the jury was convinced. Raymond was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Raymond spent 15 years behind bars for a crime he did not commit. He maintained his innocence the entire time, but no one believed him. Then, in 2006, the case was reopened. DNA evidence from the crime scene was tested using modern techniques. The DNA matched another man, a man with a criminal record, a man who had confessed to the murder years earlier. Raymond was exonerated. He was released from prison after 15 years of wrongful imprisonment. He had lost his youth, his freedom, his family, but he had finally been vindicated. The case was a tragedy, but it was also a wake-up call. Bite mark analysis had failed, the science had been flawed, and an innocent man had suffered. The case of the bite mark that sentenced a man to death. Let me tell you about another case, one that ended even more tragically. A man, let me call him Keith, was convicted of a double murder based largely on bite mark evidence. A forensic odontologist had testified that bite marks on the victims matched Keith's teeth. Keith was sentenced to death. He spent 20 years on death row, maintaining his innocence the entire time. Then, in 2009, DNA evidence from the crime scene was tested. The DNA matched another man, a man who had a history of violence, who had been in the area at the time, who had been a suspect in the case. Keith was exonerated. He was released from death row after 20 years of wrongful imprisonment. He had lost his youth, his freedom, his family, but he was alive. The case was a tragedy, but it was also a triumph. The truth had finally come out. The science of bite marks. Bite mark analysis is based on the assumption that human teeth are unique. Each person has a distinctive pattern of teeth, the size, shape, and alignment of the incisors, canines, premolars, and molars. When a person bites someone, they leave behind an impression of their teeth. The impression can be photographed, measured, and compared to the teeth of a suspect. But there are problems with this approach. First, bite marks are often distorted. The skin is elastic, and it can stretch or contract when a bite is made. The angle of the bite, the pressure applied, and the movement of the victim can all distort the impression. Second, bite marks are often incomplete. A person may only bite with a few teeth, leaving an incomplete impression. It can be difficult to match an incomplete impression to a full set of teeth. Third, bite marks are often difficult to interpret. Different experts often reach different conclusions about the same bite mark. The interpretation is subjective, not objective. Fourth, the uniqueness of human teeth has not been scientifically established. There is no reliable database of dental impressions that can be used to determine the probability of a match. These problems have led to a reassessment of bite mark analysis. In 2016, the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology issued a report that criticized bite mark analysis, calling it subjective and unreliable, the case of the expert who was wrong. Let me tell you about a case that illustrates the dangers of expert testimony. A man, let me call him David, was arrested for a murder that had occurred in his neighborhood. A bite mark had been found on the victim's arm, and a forensic odontologist had concluded that it matched David's teeth. David insisted he was innocent. He had never met the victim. He had never been to the crime scene. He had no idea how his teeth could have left a bite mark on the victim. But the odontologist was confident. He testified at David's trial, and the jury was convinced. David was convicted and sentenced to prison. Years later, the case was reopened. DNA evidence from the crime scene was tested. The DNA matched another man, a man who had a criminal record, a man who had confessed to the murder years earlier. David was exonerated. He had spent 10 years in prison for a crime he did not commit. The odontologist who had testified against David was later investigated. It turned out that he had made mistakes in other cases as well. His testimony had been flawed, and his conclusions had been wrong. The case was a reminder that experts can be wrong, and that the justice system must be vigilant in ensuring that the evidence is reliable. The case of the bite mark that was right. Let me end this chapter with a case where bite mark analysis actually worked, a case where the evidence was reliable and the conclusion was correct. A man, let me call him George, was arrested for a murder that had occurred in a parking lot. A bite mark had been found on the victim's hand, and a forensic odontologist had concluded that it matched George's teeth. The odontologist was careful. He used multiple methods to analyze the bite mark. He compared it to George's teeth using photographs, overlays, and measurements. He concluded that the bite mark was a match. George was convicted and sentenced to prison. He did not appeal. He confessed to the murder. The case was unusual, a bite mark analysis that was actually correct. But it was also a reminder that bite mark analysis can work when it is done carefully and objectively. Part 5. What Death Teaches Us. Chapter 20. The Best and Worst Ways to Die. The question everyone asks. Over the years, I have been asked many questions about death. People want to know what it feels like, what happens after, whether there is pain. But the question I am asked most often is this: what is the best way to die? It is a strange question, perhaps, but a natural one. We all know we are going to die. We all hope that our death will be peaceful, painless, and dignified. We all fear that it will be otherwise. I have seen thousands of deaths. I have seen the full spectrum, from the most peaceful to the most horrific. I have seen people die in their sleep, surrounded by family without a trace of pain. And I have seen people die in agony, alone, terrified, their bodies destroyed by violence or disease. Based on my experience, I can tell you that there are indeed better and worse ways to die, and I can tell you what makes the difference. The best way to die. The best way to die, in my opinion, is a heart attack in the middle of the night. I know that sounds strange. A heart attack is a medical emergency, a potentially fatal event. But when it happens during sleep, it is often quick and painless. The person goes to bed, falls asleep, and never wakes up. They do not feel the chest pain, the shortness of breath, the fear. They simply stop breathing and their heart stops beating. I have seen this many times. The body is found in bed, the face peaceful, the hands relaxed. There is no evidence of struggle, no sign of suffering. The person died without knowing they were dying. It is, in my experience, the most peaceful way to go. The second best way to die. The second best way to die is a sudden, massive stroke. A stroke occurs when the blood supply to the brain is interrupted. The brain cells begin to die within minutes. The person may lose consciousness quickly, and they may not feel any pain. I have seen many stroke deaths. The person is often found collapsed unconscious, with no sign of distress. They died quickly without suffering. Of course, not all strokes are like this. Some strokes are slow, progressive, and debilitating. Some leave the person alive but severely impaired. But a sudden, massive stroke, the kind that shuts down the brain almost instantly, is a relatively peaceful way to die. The third best way to die. The third best way to die is in old age, surrounded by family after a long and fulfilling life. This is the death that most people hope for. The person has lived a full life, has said their goodbyes, has made their peace with the world. They die in their own bed, surrounded by loved ones, with no pain and no fear. I have seen this too. The person is often frail, their body worn out by age. They drift off to sleep, and they do not wake up. The family is there, holding their hand, saying goodbye. It is a beautiful way to die, the kind of death that makes the grief bearable, the worst way to die. Now, let me tell you about the worst ways to die. The worst way to die, in my experience, is burning alive. I have seen the bodies of people who have died in fires. The skin is charred, the flesh is cooked, the bones are calcined. The person suffered immensely before they died. Burning to death is agonizing. The heat is intense, the pain is excruciating, and the person remains conscious for much of the ordeal. They can feel their skin melting, their flesh cooking, their lungs filling with smoke. It is a horrific way to die. The second worst way to die. The second worst way to die is drowning. Drowning is a terrifying way to die. The person is conscious, aware of what is happening to them. They struggle to breathe, to stay above water, to save themselves. They inhale water into their lungs, and they feel themselves suffocating. The panic is overwhelming. The person knows they are going to die, and there is nothing they can do about it. I have seen the bodies of drowning victims. The face is often frozen in an expression of terror, the hands clenched into fists. It is a death that is marked by fear and suffering. The third worst way to die. The third worst way to die is being buried alive. I have already told you about Lucette, the woman who sat up in her casket. She was not buried alive, but she came close, and she was traumatized by the experience. Being buried alive is a death that is marked by terror. The person is conscious, aware of what is happening to them. They are trapped in a coffin surrounded by earth, with no way out. They can feel the walls closing in, the air growing thin, the darkness enveloping them. It is a death that is marked by fear, isolation, and despair. The pain spectrum. I have seen many deaths in my career. I have seen the full spectrum of pain. At one end of the spectrum is the peaceful death, the heart attack in the middle of the night, the sudden stroke, the old age surrounded by family. These are deaths that are marked by dignity and peace. At the other end of the spectrum is the horrific death, the burning, the drowning, the suffocation. These are deaths that are marked by suffering and terror. And in between are the countless other ways to die, the diseases, the accidents, the violence. Each one has its own level of pain, its own level of fear, its own level of suffering. The lessons of pain. What have I learned from seeing so much pain? I have learned that pain is a part of life. It is something that we all experience in one form or another. It is something that we all fear. But I have also learned that pain is not the end of the story. There is always more. More love, more hope, more life. The people who die in peace are the ones who have lived well. They have loved, they have laughed, they have made their peace with the world. They have not wasted their lives on fear or regret. The people who die in agony are often the ones who have lived in fear. Fear of death, fear of life, fear of themselves. I have learned that the best way to die is to live well, to love, to laugh, to make your peace with the world, to face death with dignity and grace. Chapter 21. The Forensic Pathologist's Burden. The weight of the work. People often ask me how I can do this work. How can I spend my days surrounded by death, cutting open bodies, examining the most intimate details of human tragedy? How can I go home at night and sleep peacefully, eat dinner with my family, laugh at a joke? The answer is complicated. The work is a burden. It is a weight that I carry with me every day. I have seen things that cannot be unseen. I have held the hearts of murder victims in my hands. I have looked into the eyes of grieving families. I have testified in courtrooms, knowing that my words could send someone to prison or set them free. The burden is real, it is heavy, and it never goes away. But I have learned to carry it. I have learned to find meaning in the work, to find purpose in the truth, to find solace in the knowledge that I am giving voice to the voiceless. The humor in the morgue. One of the things that surprises people about forensic pathology is the humor. Yes, we laugh in the morgue. We tell jokes. We make dark, inappropriate comments. It is not that we are insensitive. It is that we have to cope. The work is too heavy to bear without some release. The humor is a defense mechanism, a way of distancing ourselves from the horror of what we see. But there is a line. The humor is never at the expense of the dead. We never mock the victims, never make light of their suffering. The humor is about the absurdity of the work, the strangeness of the situations, the bizarre things we encounter. As I have said before, we laugh at death itself, but never at the dead. The cases that haunt. There are cases that haunt me, cases that I cannot forget, no matter how hard I try. I have already told you about Arthur, the man who died alone in his bed and was not discovered for 5 years. His case haunts me, not because of the gruesome details, but because of the loneliness. The thought of a human being dying alone, forgotten, unnoticed. It is a tragedy that I cannot shake. I have also told you about Lucette, the woman who sat up in her casket and frightened her best friend to death. Her case haunts me because of the sheer absurdity of it. A woman who was not dead, placed in a casket, mourned by her family, and then she sat up, and her best friend died of fright. The case is tragic, but it is also darkly comic. It is a reminder that reality is stranger than any fiction. There are other cases too. The children who died too young, the victims of senseless violence, the families who never got closure. Each one leaves a mark, a scar on my soul. The coping mechanisms. How do I cope? First, I compartmentalize. I have learned to separate the work from the rest of my life. When I leave the morgue, I leave the work behind. I don't bring it home with me. I don't think about it at night. Second, I talk. I have colleagues who understand what I am going through. We talk about the cases, the challenges, the emotions. We support each other. Third, I find meaning in the work. I know that what I do matters. I give voice to the dead. I help bring closure to families. I help bring killers to justice. That meaning sustains me. Fourth, I take care of myself. I exercise. I sleep. I spend time with my family. I do the things that remind me that life is worth living. The importance of compassion. Compassion is essential in this work. We must never forget that the bodies we examine were once living people, people with names, families, hopes, and dreams. They were loved. They mattered. I approach every case with compassion. I treat the body with dignity. I speak to the family with kindness. I do my best to give them the answers they need. Compassion is not a weakness. It is a strength. It is what allows us to do this work without losing our humanity. The emotional toll of forensic pathology is significant. We are exposed to trauma on a daily basis. We see the worst that humanity has to offer. We bear witness to the suffering of others. The emotional toll can lead to burnout, depression, and even post-traumatic stress disorder. Many forensic pathologists struggle with these issues. Some leave the profession. Others turn to alcohol or drugs to cope. I have been fortunate. I have not struggled with these issues in the same way. But I have seen colleagues who have, and I have felt the weight of the work myself. The case of the child. There is one case that I have not told you about. It is a case that still haunts me. A child, a little girl, no more than 5 years old, was found dead in her home. She had been beaten to death by her mother's boyfriend. Her body was covered in bruises, her skull was fractured, her internal organs were damaged. I performed the autopsy. It was one of the hardest things I have ever done. I had to examine every wound, every fracture, every injury. I had to document the suffering that this little girl had endured. I had to testify in court about what had been done to her. The case was a tragedy. The little girl had been innocent, helpless, and completely vulnerable. She had trusted the people who were supposed to protect her, and they had betrayed her. I still think about that little girl. I still see her face in my mind. I still feel the weight of her death, the burden of testifying. Testifying in court is one of the most difficult parts of the job. The courtroom is a formal, adversarial environment. The defense attorney may try to discredit you, to challenge your conclusions, to make you doubt yourself. The prosecutor may rely on your testimony to convict the defendant. It is a lot of pressure. And the stakes are high. A mistake could send an innocent person to prison, or let a guilty person go free. I prepare carefully for every trial. I review the evidence. I anticipate the questions. I practice my testimony. And I try to remain objective, impartial, and truthful. But the burden is real. I know that my words can change lives. The coping mechanisms of others. I have seen many ways that forensic pathologists cope with the work. Some use humor, as I have described. Some use dark jokes, inappropriate comments, and gallows humor to distance themselves from the horror. Some use detachment. They approach the work as a purely scientific exercise, without emotion or empathy. They focus on the facts, the evidence, the data. Some use spirituality. They pray, meditate, or engage in religious rituals to find meaning in the suffering. Some use therapy. They talk to psychologists, counselors, or support groups to process their emotions. There is no right way to cope. Each person must find their own path. The importance of community. One of the most important coping mechanisms is community. Forensic pathologists are a small, tight-knit group. We understand each other in ways that outsiders cannot. We have seen the same things, felt the same emotions, carried the same burdens. I have colleagues who I can call at any hour of the day or night. We talk about the cases, the challenges, the emotions. We support each other. Community is essential in this work. It reminds us that we are not alone. Chapter 22. What the dead still can't tell us. The limits of knowledge. Throughout this book, I have shared stories of how the dead speak to us, how their bodies reveal the truth about how they died, who killed them, and what happened in their final moments. I have shown you the power of forensic science, the precision of the tools, and the dedication of the professionals who do this work. But I must also tell you about the limits. There are cases that remain unsolved. There are questions that remain unanswered. There are mysteries that may never be resolved. The dead do not always tell us everything. Sometimes they are silent. Sometimes their voices are too faint to hear. Sometimes the evidence is simply not there. The forensic pathologist must be humble in the face of these limits. We must acknowledge what we do not know. We must be honest about the gaps in our knowledge, and we must never stop searching for the truth. The case that still haunts me. Let me tell you about a case that remains unsolved to this day. A young woman, let me call her Emily, was found dead in her apartment. She was in her 20s, a graduate student, and she had been stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of forced entry. There were no witnesses. There was no physical evidence linking anyone to the crime. I performed the autopsy. Emily had been stabbed 15 times, mostly in the chest and abdomen. The wounds were deep, violent, and random, the kind of wounds that are made in a frenzy of rage. She had died quickly, within minutes, but there was something else. There was a wound on her hand, a defensive wound, the kind that is made when a victim tries to protect themselves. And there was a small amount of skin under her fingernails, skin that did not belong to her. I sent the skin to the lab for DNA analysis. The results came back. The DNA belonged to an unknown male, but the DNA did not match anyone in the criminal database. The killer was not in the system. The investigation went cold. Emily's family was devastated. They had no answers, no closure, no justice. The case remained unsolved. I still think about Emily. I still wonder who killed her and why. I still hope that one day the DNA will match someone and the killer will be brought to justice. But that day has not come, and it may never come. The case of the missing body. Let me tell you about another unsolved case, one that involved a missing body. A man, let me call him Thomas, disappeared from his home in 1998. He was in his 40s, a businessman, and he had been having financial troubles. His wife reported him missing, and the police searched for him extensively, but they never found him. No body, no blood, no evidence of a crime. Thomas had simply vanished. The case went cold. For 20 years, Thomas's family wondered what had happened to him. Had he run away? Had he been murdered? Had he committed suicide? Then, in 2018, a construction crew found a human skeleton in a wooded area near Thomas's home. The skeleton was identified as Thomas. I was called to examine the remains. The skeleton was intact with no signs of trauma. There were no fractures, no bullet holes, no knife marks. The bones were intact, but there was something else. The skeleton was found with a rope around the neck, a rope that had been tied in a complex knot. The knot was distinctive, the kind of knot that a sailor would use. Thomas had been strangled. The rope had been tied around his neck, and he had been left in the woods. But there was no other evidence. No DNA, no fingerprints, no witnesses. The case remained unsolved. Thomas's family finally had closure. They knew what had happened to him, but they did not know who had killed him. The case remains open to this day. The statistics of unsolved cases. Unsolved cases are more common than you might think. In the United States, approximately 40% of homicides go unsolved. That means that for every 10 murders, 4 of them are never solved. The killers are never identified, never arrested, never convicted. There are many reasons for this. Some cases lack physical evidence. Some cases lack witnesses. Some cases lack suspects. Some cases are simply too difficult to solve. The forensic pathologist can only do so much. We can examine the body, determine the cause of death, and provide evidence to the police. But we cannot solve the case on our own. We rely on the police, the investigators, the prosecutors. We rely on the witnesses, the informants, the tipsters. We rely on the public, the media, the community. And sometimes, even with all of that, the case remains unsolved. The limits of DNA. DNA is a powerful tool, but it has limits. First, DNA requires a sample. If there is no biological evidence, no blood, no semen, no skin, there is no DNA to analyze. Many cases lack biological evidence. Second, DNA requires a match. If the DNA does not match anyone in the criminal database, there is no suspect to identify. Many killers are not in the system. Third, DNA can be degraded. If the DNA is old or if it has been exposed to heat, moisture, or sunlight, it may not yield a complete profile. Many cold cases have degraded DNA. Fourth, DNA can be contaminated. If the DNA is collected improperly or if it is mixed with other DNA, the results may be unreliable. Many cases have been compromised by contamination. I have seen all of these limits in my career. I have seen cases where there was no DNA, cases where the DNA did not match anyone, cases where the DNA was too degraded to analyze, cases where the DNA was contaminated. DNA is not a magic bullet. It is a tool, a powerful tool, but a tool nonetheless. The limits of autopsy. The autopsy also has limits. First, the autopsy can only determine the cause of death. It cannot tell us who killed the victim, or why, or how. It can only tell us what happened to the body. Second, the autopsy is limited by the condition of the body. If the body is badly decomposed, burned, or dismembered, it may be difficult to determine the cause of death. Many cases involve bodies that are too damaged to yield useful information. Third, the autopsy is limited by the skill and experience of the pathologist. A less experienced pathologist may miss important details. A more experienced pathologist may find evidence that others have missed. Fourth, the autopsy is limited by time. The body begins to decompose immediately after death. The longer the body is left before the autopsy, the more evidence is lost. Many cases involve bodies that were not discovered for days, weeks, or months. I have seen all of these limits in my career. I have seen cases where the body was too decomposed to yield useful information. I have seen cases where the cause of death was impossible to determine. I have seen cases where the evidence was simply not there. The case of the unknown victim. Let me tell you about a case where the victim remains unknown. A body was found in a river. The body was badly decomposed, and it was impossible to determine the victim's identity. The police searched for missing persons, but they could not find a match. I performed the autopsy. The body was that of a male, approximately 30 to 40 years old. He had been in the water for several weeks, and the body was badly decomposed. There were no identifying marks, no tattoos, no scars. The cause of death was drowning, but I could not determine whether it was accidental, suicidal, or homicidal. The body was too decomposed to yield any useful information. The case remains unsolved. The victim remains unidentified. No one knows who he was, or how he died, or why. I have thought about that unknown victim many times. He was someone's son, someone's brother, someone's friend. He had a life, a story, a name, but no one knows who he was. The dead do not always tell us everything. Sometimes they are silent. The importance of humility. The limits of forensic science remind us of the importance of humility. We do not know everything. We cannot solve every case. We cannot always find the truth. But we can try. We can do our best. We can use the tools at our disposal. We can push the boundaries of our knowledge, and we can hope that one day the case will be solved. The victim will be identified. The killer will be brought to justice. The search for truth. The search for truth is never-ending. It is a journey, not a destination. We must always be learning, always be questioning, always be searching. The dead teach us many things. They teach us about life, about death, about the human condition. They teach us about the limits of our knowledge and the importance of compassion. But they do not always tell us everything. Sometimes they are silent. Sometimes their voices are too faint to hear. Sometimes the evidence is simply not there. We must accept that. We must be humble in the face of the unknown. And we must never stop searching. Conclusion. Giving voice to the silenced. The final word. I have taken you on a journey through the world of forensic pathology. I have shown you the morgue, the crime scene, the courtroom. I have shared the stories of the dead, the victims of violence, the victims of accident, the victims of their own despair. I have shown you the tools we use, the techniques we employ, and the challenges we face. I have shown you the limits of our knowledge and the power of our science. But most of all, I have tried to show you the humanity behind the work. The people we examine were not just cases or bodies. They were human beings, people with names, faces, families, and stories. They were loved, they mattered, and they still matter, even in death. What the dead teach us. The dead teach us many things. They teach us about the fragility of life. We are all vulnerable, all mortal, all subject to the whims of fate. A heart attack can strike at any moment. A car accident can happen in an instant. A violent act can end a life in seconds. They teach us about the importance of connection. We are social creatures. We need other people. We need to be seen, to be heard, to be known. We need to know that someone cares about us, that someone would notice if we were gone. They teach us about the limits of our knowledge. There are things we do not know, questions we cannot answer, mysteries we cannot solve. We must be humble in the face of the unknown. They teach us about the power of the truth. The body does not lie. It speaks the truth even when the truth is painful, even when the truth is inconvenient, even when the truth is horrifying. And they teach us about the importance of justice. The dead deserve to have their stories told. They deserve to have their killers brought to justice. They deserve to have their families find closure. The importance of the work. The work of the forensic pathologist is important. It is essential. It is a service to the living and the dead. We give voice to the silenced. We speak for those who can no longer speak for themselves. We expose the truth, even when the truth is hidden, even when the truth is buried, even when the truth is hard to find. We bring closure to families. We give them the answers they need. We help them grieve, to heal, to move on. We bring killers to justice. We provide the evidence that convicts the guilty and exonerates the innocent. We help ensure that justice is served. We advance the cause of science. We push the boundaries of our knowledge, develop new techniques, and improve our methods. We contribute to the body of knowledge that makes forensic science more accurate, more reliable, and more effective. A call to compassion. But the work is not just about science. It is also about compassion. We must never forget that the bodies we examine were once living people. They had names, families, hopes, and dreams. They were loved. They mattered. We must treat them with dignity and respect. We must approach every case with humility and compassion. We must remember that behind every case is a human story. A story of life, of death, of love, of loss. And we must extend that compassion to the living, to the families who are grieving, to the victims who are suffering, to the communities that are traumatized. The work is hard, it is heavy, it is emotionally draining. But it is also a privilege to serve, to help, to give voice to the silenced. The future of forensic pathology. The future of forensic pathology is bright. New technologies are being developed, technologies that will make our work faster, more accurate, and more effective. DNA analysis is becoming more powerful. Imaging techniques are becoming more sophisticated. New methods of toxicology are being developed. But the core of forensic pathology remains the same. We examine the body. We listen to what it tells us. We speak the truth. The tools may change, but the mission does not. We will continue to give voice to the silenced. We will continue to seek justice for the dead. We will continue to serve the living. A final story. I want to end this book with a story that captures the essence of what we do. A young woman, let me call her Sarah, was found dead in her apartment. She was in her 20s, a dancer, and she had been strangled. There were no witnesses, no suspects, no physical evidence. The case went cold. Sarah's family was devastated. They had no answers, no closure, no justice. But I did not give up. I had examined Sarah's body, and I had found something that the police had missed. There was a small piece of fabric under her fingernail, fabric that did not match her clothing. I sent the fabric to the lab for analysis. The fabric was identified as a piece of a specific type of shirt, a shirt that was sold at a specific store. The police went to the store. They reviewed the sales records. They identified a man who had bought the shirt, a man with a criminal record. The man was arrested and charged with Sarah's murder. The fabric under her fingernail was the key piece of evidence. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Sarah's family finally had closure. They knew what had happened to her. They knew who had killed her. They knew that justice had been served, and I knew that I had done my job. I had given Sarah her voice back. I had spoken for her when she could no longer speak for herself. The final words, "The dead do not lie." They speak the truth, even when the truth is painful, even when the truth is inconvenient, even when the truth is horrifying. I have spent my career listening to the dead. I have heard their stories, their secrets, their truths, and I have learned that death is not the end. The dead live on in the memories of the living. They live on in the justice that is done in their name. They live on in the voices that speak for them. I give voice to the silenced. That is my work, that is my calling, that is my purpose, and I will never stop listening. The End Appendix. A. Glossary of Forensic Terms. Algor mortis, the cooling of the body after death, used to estimate time of death. Autopsy, a post-mortem examination of a body to determine the cause and manner of death. Ballistics, the study of projectiles in flight, used in forensic science to analyze gunshot wounds. Catalepsy, a neurological condition that causes a person to become rigid, unresponsive, and seemingly unconscious. Cause of death, the specific disease or injury that led to death. Decomposition, the breakdown of body tissues after death. DNA analysis, the analysis of DNA to identify individuals, used in forensic science to link suspects to crime scenes. Exsanguination, death by massive blood loss. Forensic pathology, the branch of medicine that applies the principles of pathology to the investigation of death. Histology, the microscopic examination of tissues. Homicide, the killing of one person by another. Livor mortis, the settling of blood in the lowest parts of the body after death, used to estimate time of death and determine if the body has been moved. Manner of death, the circumstances of death, natural, accidental, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. Post-mortem, after death. Rigor mortis, the stiffening of muscles after death, used to estimate time of death. Toxicology, the study of poisons and drugs used in forensic science to detect substances in the body. Appendix B, the autopsy report, a sample, case number 2023-0452, deceased name, John Doe, unidentified, date of autopsy October 15, 2023, pathologist, doctor, name, external examination. The body is that of a male approximately 40 to 50 years of age, height 5 feet 10 inches, weight 180 pounds. The body is well nourished and well developed. Rigor mortis is present in the jaw, neck, and extremities. Livor mortis is present on the back, consistent with the body being found in a supine position. There are no external injuries, no tattoos, and no identifying marks. Internal examination. The chest is opened using a standard Y-shaped incision. The ribs are cut and the sternum is removed. The heart is normal in size, weighing 350 grams. The coronary arteries show mild atherosclerosis. The lungs are pink and healthy with no signs of disease. The liver, spleen, kidneys, and pancreas are normal. The stomach contains approximately 200 milliliters of partially digested food. The brain is normal in appearance. Toxicology. Blood and urine samples were sent to the toxicology lab. No drugs or poisons were detected. Cause of death: myocardial infarction, heart attack. Manner of death: natural. Signed, Tomas Hadvani Checo. Appendix C. Recommended reading: Knight's Forensic Pathology by Pekka Salko and Bernard Knight. The international standard reference for forensic pathology. Unnatural Causes by Dr. Richard Shepherd, a best-selling forensic memoir by a leading British pathologist. The 7 Ages of Death by Dr. Richard Shepherd, a follow-up to Unnatural Causes, exploring death across the human lifespan. The Casebook of Forensic Detection by Colin Evans, a comprehensive collection of forensic cases. I'll Be Gone in the Dark by Michelle McNamara, a gripping account of the hunt for the Golden State Killer. Mind Hunter by John E. Douglas, a classic book on criminal profiling and the psychology of killers. The Poisoner's Handbook by Deborah Blum, a history of poison and forensic toxicology. Dead Men Do Tell Tales by Dr. William Maples, a forensic anthropologist's memoir. Acknowledgements. This book would not have been possible without the support of my colleagues, my family, and the countless victims and families who have trusted me with their stories. I am grateful to the forensic pathologists, toxicologists, and investigators who work tirelessly to uncover the truth. I am grateful to the families who have shared their loved ones with me, trusting me to find the answers they need. And I am grateful to the dead who have taught me so much about life. Thank you for reading. May the truth always prevail. Thank you for reading the Autopsy Files, What Dead Bodies Tell Us. If you enjoyed this book, please leave a review on Amazon. Your feedback helps other readers discover the book and supports the author in creating more content. Stay tuned, more stories soon.